Yeah.
If you're motivated, yeah, I don't want to expect. This is like.
So what I did is.
All good? Got about 2 minutes.
You got on?
Oh, yeah. Well, I think it's the same as what they paid.
He lives right now. Okay.
Go. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Laguna Beach City Council meeting. We are, let's start. So we have a special meeting of Laguna Beach City Council. Anne Marie, could we please start with a roll call?
Councilmember Jones, Councilmember Kemp. Here. Councilmember Whalen.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Orgill.
Here.
Mayor Renagi.
Here, and then I will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So if everyone will please stand and put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Okay, so we're starting with our 3:45 special meeting which just has one public hearing on it. And I don't think it's the one that all of you are at, but I might be surprised. Related to a design review board members project. So let's and Councilmember Jones is recused, and then I think so why don't so I'll open the item A, automatic appeal of design review board 482 Astor Street, and then Councilmember Whalen, I think you have something.
Right. The Gibbs are my backdoor neighbor across the alley, so they're well within the 300-foot limit. So I'm required under the code to recuse myself.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Renagi, I was going to ask if we could have a conversation about possibly bringing the appeal for the outdoor dining to the.
That's the next meeting.
Oh, okay.
We can't, this is a separate meeting. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the item, read the title, which is the automatic appeal of design review board, modifying a prior design review as stated in the agenda for 482 Astor Street. And then let's see, is there any, do any of the council members have any ex parte communications related to this?
No.
No? None from Mark, none from me. And then we have a staff presentation. I don't know that I've reviewed it. Do you guys need a comprehensive staff presentation? Do you want to just give a very brief staff presentation?
Not really.
Do you want to just, you can end with your recommendation at the end if you want.
Skip to the recommendation.
If you want to, whatever you want.
Maybe I'll just do the first and last slide.
Okay.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Renagi and council members. I'm Kate Kazama, project planner, and Appeal A is a code required appeal of the Design Review Board approval of Design Review 25-0583 for the property located at 482 Astor Street. This appeal item is before you tonight because the municipal code mandates an automatic appeal for any decision by the board when a member of the board has an ownership in the property that is subject of the decision. Tonight, staff's recommendation is to sustain the design review board's approval.
Thank you. So again, we're just hearing this because Chair Gibbs is on the design review board in our code requires that if a board member has a project, it's automatically appealed to the city council. And am I correct in reading that there were no public comments, in opposition to the project?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So are there any questions of staff? No questions? Mark, you're good? Okay, I'm going to open public comment on this item related to this design review board decision. Does anyone want to provide public comment on this design review board decision? Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment on this item, and we are going to bring it back to the city council. Any more questions of staff? No, okay, I'm going to close the public hearing on this item. Does somebody want to make a
I'll move
motion?
the recommended action.
Okay,
Second?
Mark seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That passes 3-0. And so now I'm going to adjourn this special meeting to our 4 o'clock special meeting, which is why I think many of you are here. So anyway, thanks everyone. Thank you, staff. Great presentation. What a great way to start the night.
No, I mean. So, yeah, I expected. But that's nice. Yeah, that's valid. That one.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It is 4 o'clock, so we're going to get this meeting started. Thank you all for being here. So we started our meeting at 3:45 when we did the Pledge of Allegiance. So we are back from that meeting. And Anne Marie, could you please start us off with a roll call vote?
Councilmember Jones. Here. Councilmember Kemp. Here. Councilmember Whalen.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Orgill.
Here.
Mayor Renagi.
Here. So thank you everyone for being here. We have 3 items on this agenda, and the first one is a public hearing related to the promenade, specifically consider the resolution designating the lower portion of Forest Avenue as a slow street, and then also related to the and the appeals of the Planning Commission approval of the design review and coastal development permit, and then as well as the coastal community development director's approval of a coastal development permit regarding the closure of Forest Avenue. And so what I'm going to do is open up the public hearing on this item, and then we are going to have a presentation from staff.
So I'm going to begin, Mr. Mayor and council members.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
We'll try to be a little louder. Thank you. I wanted to also welcome everyone to this agenda item in the meeting and the discussion of the proposed promenade on Forest. Thanks for everybody in attendance and for all who've written in about the project. I don't know of any other issue that's generated this level of interaction, and I appreciate that. Most folks have been really committed to their position, but neighborly, and I know we all appreciate that too. As we discuss this, we know that there are kind and thoughtful Laguna Beach residents on each side with equal passion. It's important to leave the discussion as neighbors, all living side by side in a really exceptional place. So may we all leave the meeting as friendly Lagunans. I wanted to thank too the staff for the work on this project and all of its complexities, including the presentation. One main reason we're here is to bring some clarity to the process. The process is detailed and easy to get lost within. So after learning of the appeal that was made, we agreed to waive the appeal fees in the public interest, and that interest being eliminating as much confusion as we can, in part via having all of this heard at one time. So in that spirit, the discussion before you is combined. We're combining the discussion about the Slow Streets resolution, which is a public hearing, with another public hearing, and that's Appeal A. Appeal A appeals the determination of the Planning Commission's approval of design review, the Planning Commission's issuance of a coastal development permit for the project, and the Community Development Director's approval of a coastal development permit for the closure of Lower Forest Avenue, plus CEQA. This is a long way of saying that it's all wrapped up in a singular discussion, even though the motions at the end will be broken down. So as the mayor noted, staff will make a presentation. I know that next the mayor will ask for council questions, and then the mayor begins the public hearing. When public comment is complete, council deliberations occur along with the decision on the recommended actions. If the promenade does move forward, it would come back to the council at least one more time after final design with budget appropriations and for a contract award. Again, that's an if. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Louis LaCasella to make the rest of the presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of City Council, Louis LaCasella. As the city manager mentioned, this presentation will include both a public hearing number 1 and Appeal A, both related to the Promenade project. Staff will do our best to be concise, but also informative, as we know many members of the public want to speak on this item. So some background on the project. The Promenade is a pedestrian plaza in the downtown, providing a mix of uses, including outdoor dining, shopping, and community gathering. The Promenade was created by the City Council in 2020 in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And in 2021, the City Council directed staff to solicit proposals for design and entitlement to convert the Promenade into a fully pedestrian installation. Again, in 2024, the City Council expressed its desire to proceed with the project, and as most recently as earlier this year at the February 4th joint meeting between the City Council and Planning Commission, the Council reaffirmed the desire to proceed with the project, which includes two separate components: closure of the street and the design and construction improvements to create the pedestrian plaza. At that same February 4th meeting, the City Council also updated the project description to include the implementation of a slow streets program through the adoption of a slow streets ordinance as allowed under the state's California Vehicle Code. This slide before you provides an overview of all the required entitlements and council's approval needed for the project, such as the slow streets program ordinance, which is now in effect as of May 8th, the slow streets resolution designating Lower Forest Avenue as a slow street, which is being considered this evening, the coastal development permit for the street closure, which was adopted by the community development director and is part of the appeal tonight. And then lastly, the design review and coastal development permit for the design improvements, again, under appeal tonight. So as mentioned, the City Council adopted the Slow Streets Program ordinance, which is now in effect, and then based on state law, it allows cities to close a street to traffic. Now I'll turn it over to our Assistant Secretary Jane to talk about how the California Environmental Quality Act relates to this project.
Thank you. During the City Council's introduction of the Slow Streets Ordinance, the City Council found that the project, which consists of various components, including the Slow Streets Ordinance resolution designating the street as a slow street, and the entitlements for a coastal development permit to close the street and a design review permit and coastal development permit for design improvements, are part of a project that falls within a statutory exemption under Public Resources Code, Section 21080.25B1, which explicitly exempts from the application of CEQA pedestrian and bicycle facilities that improve safety, access, or mobility, including new facilities within the public right-of-way. Here, the project qualifies for the statutory exemption as a pedestrian facility within the public right-of-way because it would involve the development of a pedestrian promenade within the existing city right-of-way, improving both safety and mobility by providing a pedestrian-only facility that is separated from active roadways, and improving access by providing new opportunities for residents and visitors to visit shops, restaurants, and city events on foot. Therefore, staff again is recommending in this action this evening that the City Council find that all of the actions fall within this statutory exemption as well.
Thank you, Jane. Now, the state law does provide required findings and steps the city must take in order to designate a street as a slow street. And they include outreach and engagement, advance notice of the closure, street closure or traffic restrictions must leave a sufficient portion of the surrounding streets for other public uses, designate the low street must be identified with clear signage, determine that the closure or traffic restriction is necessary for the safety and protection, and maintain a website with information about the Slow Streets program. So in regards to fulfilling the outreach and engagement finding, the city undertook a robust engagement effort, which consists of 13 focus group meetings, and we'll get a little bit into that later on in the presentation, 2 public workshops, 2 City Council public meetings, 1 joint meeting between the City Council and Planning Commission, and several public notices were mailed to property owners and tenants in the project area. And we've detailed these steps in more detail in the agenda report. There's also been numerous City Council meetings where the council reaffirmed its desire to move forward with the closing of the street to traffic, and we've listed those on the slides before you. And it's also worth noting that the design process for the improvements have gone through 2 rounds of review, the previous design process and then the current process, which we're in right now. So in reference to the most recent design process, the project team consists of the City Council Ad Hoc Committee, SWA Group, a local design firm, several focus groups. The project team was led by the ad hoc committee, which collaborated closely with the community, residents, and staff and consultants. The ad hoc committee established five focus groups consisting of residents, retailers along Forest Avenue, restaurants along Forest Avenue, members of the art community, and architects. With all the feedback received from the community, residents, focus groups, SWA prepared the design improvements, which consist of the removal of curb and gutter, additional 2 long trench drains, addition of new surfaces and brick pavers, landscaped gardens, areas for seating and dining, designated areas for temporary performances, wider stored front walkways, new tree plantings, and a drainage system. And those improvements are detailed more in the agenda report. On April 2nd, the Planning Commission voted 5-0 for the approval of the project design review and coastal bond permit, and then added design review conditions, which are available in the agenda report. On April 9th, the Director of Community Development adopted a director determination approving the project, subject to 2 project conditions which relate to council adoptions of the Slow Street Program and ordinance. Now, since the publication of the agenda report and the proposed resolution, staff is requesting some minor revisions to the proposed resolution. These are minor, but we did want to mention them. So first, recommending to strike the language that the city is working on implementing the parking requirements of AB 413, which may result in additional parking spaces. And the City Council discussed in length the impact of AB 413 at last night's council meeting. So we want to make sure that we strike that couple phrases in the resolution. And then second, modifying section 2 of the resolution, appeal condition 3, and the language is on the screen before you. Once again, these are just really minor changes to the resolution, but we want to make sure we're proposing them for the council's consideration and adoption. Now I'll turn over to Jane, who's going to cover the appeal conditions 1 and 2.
Thank you. So in summary, appeal contention number 1 is that the City Council found the Promenade project categorically exempt from CEQA at the introduction of the Slow Streets Ordinance, but not at the adoption of the Slow Streets Ordinance, and therefore the city's following CEQA actions are flawed. In the agenda packet on page 404 and 406 respectively are the 2 notices of exemption that were filed, one after the City Council introduced the Slow Streets Ordinance and the other after the City Council adopted the Slow Streets Ordinance. Both notices of exemption and the actions that the City Council took were based on the statutory exemption. The city took the appropriate CEQA action at the introduction of the Slow Streets Ordinance because it was the city's first discretionary action on the project that committed the city to a definite course of action. So under CEQA, at that point in time, the CEQA determination needed to be made. For any subsequent CEQA action that implements the project, the city considers whether there are changes to the project, changed circumstances, or new information that could not previously have been known, which would then trigger the need for subsequent CEQA review. City staff has not identified any triggers for subsequent CEQA review, and therefore the project and the actions this evening fall within the statutory exemption. For appeal contention 2, appellant contends that the director did not have authority to act on the coastal development permit to close Lower Forest Avenue because the project requires other permits, and therefore the council is required to consider the coastal development permit. There are various components to the project. However, changing the intensity of the street by redirecting traffic as authorized by the Slow Streets Ordinance and Coastal Development Permit is independent of the more permanent installation of a public street and sidewalk improvements in the right-of-way. So the city does not need to pursue the more permanent improvement installation and can simply move forward with the Coastal Development Permit to close the street to traffic, so they're independent of one another. Given that they're independent of one another, only one entitlement is required to actually close the street, which is the Coastal Development Permit. So the director appropriately considered the coastal development permit on his own. Nevertheless, even if all the permits were required to be considered at one time, which they are not, the issue is now moot because all of the permits are before the city council this evening.
Thank you, Jane. Now regarding contention number 3, in summary, it contends that the city has not performed the necessary outreach and engagement process to implement a slow streets program under the California Vehicle Code Section 21101F. So as previously mentioned, the city underwent a robust engagement effort, which consisted of 13 focus group meetings, 2 public workshops, 2 city council public meetings, 1 joint meeting between the city council and planning commission. Several public notices were mailed to property owners in the project area for the coastal development permit, for the design review, and then also for this meeting as well, the appeal hearing. So this satisfies the state's requirements for public outreach associated with a slow streets program. Now I'll turn it over to Anthony for contention 4. Thank you.
Thank you. The 4th appeal contention relates to general plan and local coastal program conformance. In short, the appellant contends that the project conflicts with the Downtown Specific Plan, or DSP, in that the DSP does not recommend a permanent closure of Forest Avenue and recommends retention of existing parking spaces. Next slide. For the reasons articulated in tonight's agenda report, both the proposed improvements and the street closure are consistent with the DSP. As an initial point, dedicated public facilities, which include parks, walkways, trails, and parklets, are permitted by right in every downtown zoning district. And I will briefly point out here that the DSP specifically prohibits certain uses in certain zones. That is not applicable here. Second, if you are reading the DSP from cover to cover, one aspect that is likely to stick with the reader is the document's heavy emphasis on preserving and enhancing the pedestrian orientation of the area. I won't recite every citation in support of that conclusion, but I will touch on several. Next slide. The first goal in the Downtown Specific Plan is to preserve and enhance the village character of the downtown. In describing this character, the DSP refers to the downtown's pedestrian orientation as one of its virtues. Next slide. And in the introduction to the urban design chapter, the DSP states that a major objective of the DSP is to enhance the aesthetic qualities of the downtown, to make the area more vibrant, walkable, and welcoming. And that one of the goals is to strengthen the pedestrian orientation. This project is well aligned with these provisions and policies in that it beautifies the area with enhanced paving, lighting, additional trees, and other improvements, and creates a more permanent pedestrian plaza. Next slide. Next, in the specific plan's urban design analysis of Forest Avenue, the plan notes that Forest Avenue should build upon its current identity as a highly traveled pedestrian-oriented shopping street with seating areas and additional trees and low planting recommended. Next slide. There are multiple references to parklets, which were conceived as a way to provide areas for community gathering and outdoor dining, and also a reference to the temporary pedestrian plaza that closed down a segment of Park Avenue to vehicular traffic in 2017. The DSP acknowledges that adaptive reuse of public parking spaces may not be ideal during the summer. However, while specific recommendations were made to take advantage of relatively underutilized parking spaces during non-summer months, the DSP also notes that the reduction of public parking spaces during even the summer may be possible if the target 85% occupancy level is met, and that attainment should be possible through continued transportation demand management efforts. The 2022 parking study, which was prepared after the city temporarily removed vehicular access and 48 on-street parking spaces along Lower Forest, found that the city's 85% benchmark was largely met during the survey period, which included analysis of both summer and non-summer seasons, as well as weekday and weekend conditions. And importantly, the DSP does not prohibit a permanent closure and is not limited to temporary closures. It specifically provides a framework for how the city could pursue continued closure in its discussion of parking management techniques and the 85% parking utilization benchmark. So taken all together, the DSP contemplates that Forest Avenue is an opportunity site for streetscape and pedestrian improvements, including but not limited to a partial street closure and parklets. And staff finds the project consistent with the DSP, the Certified Local Coastal Program, and the general plan.
Thank you, Anthony. Now to appeal contention number 5, which states that there's inadequate grounds to make findings that the project meets the criteria for a coastal development permit. We'll turn over to the city's engineer, Tom Perez, to address this one.
Thank you. So the initial response is the village entrance, or I'm sorry, the vehicle entrance into the downtown is not cut off to travel by closing this intersection. In fact, the conversion of the street to a promenade will not result in an impact to the view of the ocean. Vehicles and pedestrians alike will have increased views of Main Beach Park and the ocean. And finally, the city's transportation, circulation, and growth management element identifies the intersection of Forest and Coast Highway as a major bottleneck moving through Coast Highway. Reasons for this noted in that element include motorists being stopped along Coast Highway waiting for parking spaces on Forest, and that causes a queuing issue that leaks out into the street. In addition, it speaks to the confusing nature of the intersection, and it references people making left turns, being stuck in that intersection, and not being able to circulate through in a green cycle. So with that in mind, we do not see that this closure causes issues with circulation. Next slide. In regards to the parking analysis, in 2022, the city hired DKS Associates to prepare a parking analysis. First noting that the closure of this portion of roadway occurred in June 2020. So when the parking counts were taken in 2022, that was after COVID and parking had resumed somewhat normal. So we looked at a 1,000-foot perimeter around the study area and found that there was a 76% utilization rate during a weekday peak and an 86% utilization rate on weekends. This, again, these are the peak hour. Most of the day are well below these and fit within the 84 to 86%, which is deemed optimum utilization rates in the report. Subsequent to the analysis being prepared in 2022, additional improvements have been done in the area. For example, the 30 after-hour spaces have been made at the Laguna Beach Library. There's been increased transit services and on-demand microtransit services, altogether bringing the parking utilization down. Next slide. In response to questions and concerns on the drainage, the city contracted with SOMAS in May of 2025 to prepare a hydrology and hydraulics analysis report. First, want to describe the existing drainage pattern in the area. Today, there are storm drain inlets at the intersection of Forest and Glen Eyrie, so off-site water will drain to those inlets, be captured prior to entering Lower Forest. At Lower Forest, there's two mid-block catch basins, and the gutters, in 1995, the gutters were reconstructed to create a low spot at the middle of the block. So we have what we term a sump condition mid-block on the promenade. All this water is then captured and taken through a pipe to the Laguna Canyon Channel, where it then outlets at Main Beach. The proposed drainage pattern is fairly similar. We will continue to capture water at the intersection of Forest and Glen Eyrie. With the promenade being raised up, we would capture all the water at the intersection and prevent water from entering into Lower Forest. So then on Lower Forest, we would have trench drains, which would handle all the water that falls on the promenade. This would include any water falling on roofs and exiting through roof drains, which would be tied into those trench drains. Then that would be connected to the existing 24-inch pipe and then would continue on to the Laguna Channel and exit out at Main Beach. Another significant change is because of the sump condition existing today, the water will pond at the mid-block of Lower Forest, whereas with the new design, the grades would be such that if the drains were to overflow, the water would surface flow down to Coast Highway. So in summary, the findings from SOMAS's report were that the flow patterns won't dramatically change with the implementation of the project. They determined that it will not negatively impact the existing drainage system, and that due to the addition of permeable surfaces on the promenade, we will have an improved low flow water quality treatment on the site.
Thank you, Tom. Now, the last contention, number 6, which is there was not inadequate grounds to make the findings that the project meets the city's design review guidelines. So the appellant argues that the project does not meet the city's design review criteria, citing concerns about access restrictions, environmental concerns, general plan inconsistencies, neighborhood incompatibility, and sustainability shortcomings. However, because this is a design review appeal, the city council must only determine whether the planning commission committed an abuse of discretion, not reevaluate the evidence. And Jane will cover a little bit more about this in the next slide. The record supports the commission's approval, which were based on staff reports, presentations, and technical studies. These include findings that the project preserves access and circulation through existing infrastructure, sufficient parking, complements existing styles, and increases the tree count, meets general plan policies, enhances pedestrian space for businesses, and adheres to sustainability standards and downtown Pacific Plan guidelines. Thus, the commission's decision is presumed valid and supported by the evidence. Now to Jane for last time.
Here we've tried to prepare a matrix slide to assist the council and the public in understanding the obligations and directions to the council and considering the appeals. So for a design review permit that was considered by the Planning Commission, given the votes of the Planning Commission, the City Council shall review only the evidence that was presented to the Planning Commission. The City Council shall not reweigh that evidence. The City Council will merely be evaluating whether or not the Commission abused its discretion, which means either the Commission did not proceed in a manner required by law, or the Commission did not adopt the required findings for the permit, or the Commission did not act on facts that substantiate the findings. For the coastal development permit, the City Council is holding a new hearing. So the City Council can take new evidence, can consider new issues, and can exercise its independent judgment on the evidence. The same goes for the City Council's CEQA determination.
So with that, staff recommends that the city council adopt the resolution designating the lower portion of Forest Avenue as a slow street and authorizing the city manager or designee to take certain actions to close the lower portion of Forest. And then also adopting the resolution denying the appeal and sustaining the planning commission's approval of the design review and coastal development permit associated with the promenade project. And then also the community development director's approval of the coastal development permit as well, and then the CEQA actions as well, and all those steps. And then also the two modifications which were previously mentioned, removing the following language throughout the resolution associated with AB 413, and then modifying section 2 in response to the appeal contention number 3, and then finding all actions exempt from CEQA. And with that, staff's happy to answer any questions the council, members of the public may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Very, very comprehensive report from everyone involved. Are there any questions of staff at this time from the council? No? No. No questions? Okay. So at this point, we are going to enter the public testimony portion of the evening, which is why all of you are here. And I think this has been, we've gotten, I think, more than 500 emails on this item. So the good thing is that after today, we can have our inboxes, for other issues. We don't have all these promenade emails coming in all day, but anyway, it's a really good thing that people care so much about this issue. And so just some rules of engagement as we start this off. So I think all of us here, we want a very robust and civil discourse, as the city manager said, and I think there's no reason why we can't do that and keep the focus based on the facts and the evidence and the items before us that are part of the appeal and part of the findings. One of the rules that many of you here know is that we don't do any clapping in city council chambers. Instead, what you can do is wave your hands when you are in agreement with something. So let's do that. And then I spoke to the appellants who requested more than 5 minutes because of the fact that they appealed on two different appeals. And so in consultation with the city attorney, I've agreed to give them 7 minutes instead of 5. So the appellants will have 7 minutes to speak at the beginning. And then council, I want your input as it relates to public testimony. So why don't we first figure out, so can everyone raise your hand if you would like to speak on this item and hold it really high? Okay, and then let's have someone, can we have our fire marshal go look outside and see how many people? So if you're outside, can you raise your hand? I can see a lot. It looks like a lot of people. Okay. So I was originally thinking 2 minutes, but I'm wondering, should we do 1 minute and 30 seconds?
I think 1 minute and 90 seconds is appropriate.
And 30 seconds, you mean?
Correct.
We were here till midnight last night, so forgive us. Okay, so what I'm going to do is we're going to start with the appellant who's going to get will have 7 minutes to provide an opening statement, and then I'm going to have the applicant speak, which will be in this case the city manager representing the city's position. And then I confirm with the city attorney we are able to take public testimony in whatever manner we want to. So my recommendation to the council is that we just have everyone have the opportunity to speak at the same time, whether you're for or against. I think that's the simplest approach with the amount of people in the room. So unless there's objection to that, and we're going to keep the time very consistent because we want to have fairness. So once you hit 1 minute and 30, you can complete your sentence, but we're not going to have people running over time because the goal here is fairness and consistency as we move forward with this process.
Can I make
Go
a
ahead.
suggestion? So we have a lot of people standing. So maybe the people that are standing and don't have seats, we could have them come in and speak first. Because that's, this is going to be probably a very long night. And I think it'd be nice if they could come in and speak. And if they want to continue standing, that's fine.
Yeah. And then so we'll have people line up once we get to that portion. So we want to keep it rolling and not having a delay between speakers. So with that, so I'm going to open public testimony on this item, and we're going to have the appellant provide a 7-minute presentation, and we will go from there. So it looks like Meryl will be and Ann will be representing the appellants.
Put up Ann Christoph's sign.
She's asking about the slide.
While we're waiting for the slides to come up, we noticed that the staff presentation was a half an hour. And we're getting 7 minutes, so we don't have time to refute every one of these points. And then the city is going to have another presentation,
Yeah,
which is
it-
unlimited in time. It just seems a little unfair.
That's, I mean, that's the process that we have where there's an appellant and an applicant and then there's staff presentation. So I don't know any other way to do this, but
The staff presentation is the city's presentation.
and that's, yeah, we base things off staff analysis. So anyway, please go ahead with your 7 minutes and let's go from there.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Merrill Anderson, President of Village Laguna, which filed the appeals of the approvals regarding the permanent closure of Forest Avenue. We very much appreciate your consideration of our appeals. We've read the city's response and have some comments that we'd like to share. We come from a place of truly loving Laguna Beach and wanting residents and business owners to thrive and celebrate our city. We believe that together we can find a better way forward. Unfortunately, years ago, City Council decided not to consider any options for a promenade that did not include permanent closure of Lower Forest Avenue. Resident engagement was limited and business needs ignored. Specifically, many popular options for a promenade that did not require permanent street closure were never seriously considered by council.
I'm Ann Christoph, and you can switch the slide, please. I'm a former council member and mayor, and I'm on the board of Village Laguna. I've attended all the public meetings on the Promenade project, and Village Laguna has participated, submitting many letters, always promoting public involvement and urging the council to consider a range of options. Initially, we did not take a position on the promenade since the idea of pedestrian-oriented spaces is an appealing one. However, since then, it has become apparent that there are many important considerations that tell us that closing Lower Forest and replacing it with a mall is not a good idea. Many earnest people support the promenade, so I want to make it clear that we don't want to promote community division. But I hope the content of our appeal and comments from supporters of the appeal will convince the council not to permanently close and demolish the street. We had to discuss procedural matters, which the attorney went over in quite some detail. But perhaps the most important of these is the city's last-minute decision to exempt itself from environmental studies required by CEQA. The Planning Commission and the public were introduced to a new state CEQA exemption opportunity if the city declares a slow street for forest. It was so new that the city council hadn't even adopted it before the Planning Commission meeting on April 2nd. Even so, the commission was asked to declare in advance that the project was statutorily exempt from CEQA based on the city's program that the council had yet to apply to Forest Avenue. There was a list of procedures and notifications that the city was supposed to comply with in order to qualify for the program. It seems they are still working on that list. Even though the staff report lists meetings that have been held about the project, we still question whether property owners have been officially notified that they will permanently lose vehicular access to their properties. The city's flawed approval process is a continuation of the approach to promote a complete closure design and thwart consideration of other, less impactful options. Initially, the council promised a hybrid design would be considered, but every public meeting and workshop on this project dictated complete street closure as the only option that we could talk about. An EIR process would have required consideration of alternatives, but the slow streets exemption squelched that also, so we never considered alternatives. Because of the flawed process involving multiple approval bodies that required 2 separate appeals, tonight represents the very first opportunity the community has had for a comprehensive look at the whole project and its impacts. We urge you not to go forward with the project as proposed and listen to the hundreds of community members who do not want to lose their beloved Forest Avenue. Here are some of the problems. Next. Next. Parking. Retail businesses are suffering because of the loss of convenient parking. Over 110 business owners on and around Forest Avenue have signed a petition asking you not to approve this project. Losing 48 convenient parking spaces in a parking-starved downtown cannot be replaced by after-hours library spaces, temporary leasing of 10 spaces at the new Surf Museum, or some mythical program to lease private spaces elsewhere. Next. Why change a good thing? That is not the good thing that I had in mind to show. Next, yeah. Forest Avenue is the traditional entrance to downtown, both from the north and from Coast Highway, and with an ocean view towards Main Beach and a view to the fire station City Hall at the inland end, framed by our forest of eucalyptus, and that's an air view of it. Next. Our downtown is simple, traditional, and unique to Laguna. No pedestrian mall that closes off the entire view up and down Forest and involves a storefront-to-storefront destruction of the street will compensate for the loss of our historic Main Street, which is part of what makes our town memorable. Next. We're giving up this for next. This is the focal point opposite the Bouchard Walkway in the Promenade Plan that's in the staff report. Next. Flooding. The city's newly prepared hydrology study is based on a 25-year flood, but we've had 3 100-year floods in the last 55 years. How would raising the street to the level of the existing curb change flood behavior on Lower Forest and at the Glenary Street Forest intersection? Would it cause increased flooding to businesses inland of Promenade? None of these questions are answered in the hydrology report. Next. The staff report regarding finances. The staff report next simply says there's no financial impact of the recommended action. If this is not acceptable, the public needs to know what this project is costing and what other projects are not going forward because this one is being pushed ahead. Already, the city has paid hundreds of thousands of dollars for building decks and corrals, security and maintenance, 2 design consultants, and has lost $1 million in parking revenue. $3.3 million is currently budgeted to build the promenade. Is that realistic? The city cries for lack of funds for other needed projects, and we're taking on this financial burden.
Thank you, Ann. Are there any questions for from City Council? No questions.
We ask you to approve the appeal and deny this proposal and to consider alternatives.
Thank you, and I'll give you I'll give you 4 minutes at the end to provide a rebuttal, double the time. So no questions. So what we're going to do now is Mr. City Manager, you have the opportunity to provide a 7-minute statement. I don't know that we need it unless
I don't know that you need it either.
anyone has specific questions at this point. So I don't see questions from council. So let's open this up to so we're going to have speakers come up and line up, and let's try to line up in a organized way, 90 seconds each, and go from there. So no, we're going to do it all together. So whoever wants to
I need a cup of coffee.
So can I just clarify? I want to clarify with the city attorney. So is there a reason why we would need to have a different times for people to speak if they're for or against this? Megan, is there anything in this?
No, in this case, because of all the people outside, and it's really difficult to get people, into the different groups that they'd want to speak on. So I do recommend that you just proceed with timely public comment by allowing people to queue up.
Thank you. Okay, so let's go. So Anne Marie, are we ready with 90 seconds? Good. And then let's take the first speaker and go from there.
Good evening, mayors, council members, and Laguna Beach community. My name is Erin Slattery, and I'm the CEO of the Laguna Beach Chamber of Commerce. The Laguna Beach Chamber of Commerce supports the Promenade on Forest project. The Laguna Beach Chamber envisions a vibrant town center where residents can enjoy year-round events, along with unique dining and shopping opportunities. This outdoor space will provide additional chances for residents to visit local restaurants and enjoy outdoor meals while taking in views and browsing shops. It aims to create a community hub for both residents and visitors. We encourage the City Council to keep the Promenade on Forest project moving forward. We believe that any challenges can be overcome and that you can address multiple issues simultaneously. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Did you get that PowerPoint? Please put up Pat Min's PowerPoint.
Represents 875.
You want to do that in front of the microphone? Okay. So let's get the PowerPoint queued up. Okay, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Pat Minna. We got together, a bunch of us, bunch of citizens, bunch of residents, diverse group, not Village Laguna. Village Laguna. Friends of Forest Avenue, we created a website, Next. We put it out to the public. We encouraged everyone to sign the petition to help save historic Forest Avenue, Next. On this petition, click on it, sign the petition, save historic Forest Avenue, Next. We asked, the beginning paragraph, we, the undersigned residents and business owners of Laguna Beach, we strongly urge the City Council to reject the current plan. We stated 5 things: loss of historic gateway, unknown costs, negative business impacts, negative community impacts, and at the time, there was no hydrology report ordered. Next. So we asked the council, this is very important. We asked the council to reject the current plan for permanent closure and explore other alternatives. Next. The public signed. They came on the website. They signed. Next. Thank you. 874 petitions right there. They signed. Next. Thank you. We asked the council to reject the current plan for permanent closure, explore other alternatives. Let's preserve the vital character and accessibility of Forest Avenue. Next. So this is really beautiful. In a world rushing towards growth, legacy lies in holding fast to what makes us different. Let this council be
thank
the
you.
guardians of our village soul, where our tradition
Thank you.
are going to be respected. Thank you.
We need to have some minutes added. We have 870.
Yeah, so we
have extra minutes to speak.
no, that's not how it works. Each person gets 90 seconds and we have to have a fair process. So next speaker, please.
My name is Brian Minna. I took on this because the city did not interact with the residents and show the will of the people, ask them really what they wanted. And the businesses have been left behind. This move that was done during COVID only spoke to the hospitality contingent in town. There is 158 business owners that I visited, 225 businesses. 66% of these businesses do not want it closed. There are the business cards of every single person. Here's an in order, street by street. And I think what we found out more than what the Chamber of Commerce knows is that they want parking, number one. Number two, our residents aren't going downtown because we can't get there because of the traffic, because of the gone spaces. And we have concepts here to continue the paving all the way out Forest and to make it to connect past just this section closed. The original Main Beach Park had 3 hotels, 3 gas stations, restaurants, parking lots. All that was closed to make a beautiful boardwalk promenade. That is our boardwalk. That is our promenade. To try and push the resident businesses out of business by closing this in favor of 8 restaurants is.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Vicki Borthwick. When my husband Bob and I were looking for a place to call home, we chose Laguna. A major reason for our choice was Forest Avenue. It was unpretentious, simple, and real. It had history and a soul. Yes, I know Forest Avenue had cars and parking, But those cars brought customers vitality and a lifeblood to the street. In the 1970s, I worked for Park Forest Pharmacy, which was located on the corner where the Hanging Gate sign still resides. I trotted across Forest Avenue many times, trading medication refills with our neighboring pharmacies, McCallah's and Bouchard's. All the businesses on the street supported each other. Tearing out Forest Avenue to create a new pedestrian mall that eliminates all parking changes the character of our charming street, and it hurts our local businesses. This is not something we support. I ask that you please consider other planning options and have a public vote before you make this final decision. Thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, good job waving your hands.
Hello, I'm Bob Borthwick. Last Saturday, I got a call from one of our past mayors, Kelly Boyd. He told me that he was very opposed to the Promenade project and wanted his views known. He was planning to be here tonight, but he had a health issue this morning, and he asked me to speak on his behalf. His quote is as follows: "They are trying to erase history and turn Forest Avenue into another Disneyland. The only people benefiting are the restaurants. Forest Avenue is the heart of our downtown and always has been. Return the parking and our traditions. As a former mayor, please save Laguna Beach." Signed, Kelly Boyd. So I think I have a little bit more time, so I wanted to mention, I keep hearing the term robust outreach, and I've been to every council meeting, and I was also on one of the stakeholder committees, and there was never any robust outreach to talk about anything other than the street closure, which to me is not very open-minded and not, in my view, an example of robust outreach. So thank you.
Thank you, Bob, and thank you for reading former Mayor Boyd's letter. We appreciate that and wish he was here to speak. So thank you.
Hello, Council. Joelle Padu. I would like to show my support for the promenade. Granted, you can say I've only been a resident here for 7 years. I think we need to focus on the importance of the community and our growing generation. I believe it was a wonderful idea for the promenade during COVID. I think it needs an upgrade. I think we can provide more programming on the promenade for the community to gather together and support our local businesses. The Coast Film Festival and the promenade was vibrant. The restaurants were full. It was an exciting experience. I helped the Laguna Beach High School Theater Group in a fashion show on the promenade a few months ago to promote their upcoming musical. They wore items from local businesses. It brought a crowd, and it gives an opportunity for our young artists to shine, and that's what makes this community so special. There's so many potential with raising the bar to help the community, with our businesses to thrive, keeping our hotel visitors in town to shop, while also keeping our community roots is vital. I would like to see night markets opportunities for nonprofits to promote the upcoming events like garden tours, programming for kids, and connecting the community together in the sub. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Council. Mark Christie, lifetime resident. I own 2 businesses and 3 properties on Forest Avenue, that first block. I spent hours reading all the letters, pro and against, with the vast majority, hundreds and hundreds, supporting the promenade. As Brian Wilson, the late great Brian Wilson would say, I was picking up very good vibrations. Many used the same adjectives: moving forward, family, fun, relaxed, safe, authentic Laguna, welcoming, I visit regularly, peaceful, blissful, a sense of pride. Several also referenced River Street in San Juan as an aspirational goal. But make no mistake, this won't be as good as River Street. This will be better, much better, more intimate, more artistic programming, cool breezes, and an ocean view, and hopefully a Laguna Walk of Fame for those who have made this town what it is. As for retailers, I have stores up and down the coast here. I can tell you from hard data, not speculation, not rumor, Laguna has done better than all of the other local coastal towns. Promenade. The people and the businesses here, if you give them a reason to come, exceptional, experiential product and service. Let's do this. It's time. Let's move forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Michelle Monda.
I am very disappointed in this council because I think if you were really to have done this properly, you would have everybody in this room supporting a promenade of some sort. I spoke in 2020 and wanted some kind of a promenade, not a permanent promenade. That's what we are fighting against, having it completely closed down, having the curbs gone, having no way to go back if, God forbid, it doesn't work out. And I really think that you have not done the process properly. Bob spoke to it. I remember saying, you know what, you need to have residents on your focus groups. Well, great, you had residents, but you promptly ignored them. And you also have never given us any kind of a cost estimate. In my mind, I want to know before you go and close this thing off and make it permanent so that God knows how much more it's going to cost if we want to get back out of it, because studies have shown that promenades really don't work. I want to see some costs. And you guys are going to charge straight ahead. You think you've done all your community outreach. You haven't. I sat here and listened to this staff report today. It's bogus. You've cherry-picked your facts. You have not gone and done your due diligence, in my opinion, in the proper way. We're for a promenade, but make it a reasonable one. Make it a hybrid. We've never discussed it. It was actually discussed, but then you ignored it. And I think most people here would agree to a hybrid promenade. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Paul Puma, 40-year resident. This has been going on 4 years. You've had surveys and polls that say the majority of tourists and residents love the promenade. So I keep hearing about the charm of downtown. There's nothing charming about cars honking and gas smelling, sitting in front of restaurants and other businesses. I don't find anything charming. What's charming is kids playing down there, people walking their dogs, people going back and forth across the street, enjoying the stores and the restaurants. So all over the US and Europe, people are setting up plazas and promenades to do just what we've done. This is a common thing throughout the world. And I don't know why we're trying to change it back to something that's archaic. I would ask you to look at the Friends of Forest picture and see how peaceful that picture shows with no cars, no traffic. So we're giving them exactly what they want. So what's the problem? Okay. You've got that. So take it and run. Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Lee Hoskins. Our late neighbor, Bill Shields, formerly from Shields Hardware Store on Lower Forest, told us that as a young boy, he was asked by his father to spread crank oil along the street to keep the dust down. His anecdote speaks volumes about Forest Avenue being the historic heart of Laguna Beach. It appears to me that the City Council is ramming their project down our throats, whether we want it or not. Although you have asked for input from residents and business owners, you did not hear. A project of this magnitude and financial obligation to us residents asks that this project be put up to the ballot for us to vote on. Could you please publish what the tally of this project is going to be, including how much the city has already spent on consulting fees?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, MJ Abraham, longtime resident. I had sent in a letter. Anyone interested in it can go online and read it. It's on the agenda as of today. Thank you, Anne Marie. In it, I asked you to answer specific questions by the letter that Brian Meny wrote with specifics that he had questions of you for. I would appreciate it if you would all address that and answer those. Also, I agree we need to open this up to a vote. I don't know what you're afraid of, but please do it because you will have, you may or may not have the support you think you have. And finally, I am collecting signatures for term limits to go on the November ballot, an initiative. So anyone in this room or outside, please see me. We are collecting signatures now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Joy Berry, and I'm a small business owner, so just shoot me. I just wanted to come up and support all these other small business owners because I'm not in retail, but boy, is it challenging in retail. They're up against Amazon, they were up against COVID, and now all these tariffs, and my heart just goes out to all these business owners, which meant Brian worked so hard to collect. The promenade just creates more challenges, though, for them by taking away parking and access. And they look at this as a win-lose. It's a win for the restaurants, and it's a lose for the retailers. These retailers opened their stores knowing that they had parking and access right in front of their store. And now all their due diligence and all their hard work and all their marketing is going away. And I think those that are for the promenade, you have to ask them, are they a restaurant owner? Or is their retail have public street and parking? And if so, I don't think they should have the voice. These folks should be heard just as well as those that are taken away. My small business operations are along the Central Coast and along in San Luis Obispo and Carmel, and you can even look in San Clemente. They have a wonderful main street. They open it up to parking and they open it up to cars, but now and then, once a week or once a month, they close it and they use it for celebrations. The dual factor of a wonderful main street helps both small businesses, retailers, and restaurants. So please don't permanently close it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Reinhard Newbert, and I came here in 2001 to open the Monarch Beach Resort. In 2002, we had a meeting with the city of Dana Point how to plan Dana Point downtown. 20 years later, it happened. So things take time. Recently, I was in Biarritz, which is a surf resort on the Atlantic coast in France. And I'm walking in downtown, and I'm walking, and I said, something is different. And I was thinking Laguna Beach. And I said, well, there are no cars. There were no cars. So I could walk around without looking at cars, being afraid I'm gonna get hit by a car. And I could look on both sides of the streets and see the stores and the restaurants. Not only that, but there was no gas smell. The air was fresh, and I was walking. Walking is the best thing you can do. And therefore, I think the promenade is a win-win for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi there, Laurent from Moulin, the little French bakery cafe on Forest Avenue. I'm just here to promote French food. I'd expect everybody to raise their hands. Okay, seriously, I came to Laguna Beach with my wife and kids in 2001, and we looked for a long time and managed to take over Scandia Bakery just shy of 9 years ago. What we try to do every single day is to deliver a French/Parisian experience, not only with the product, but with the vibe. And thanks to COVID, all of a sudden, you guys completed the experience by creating this pedestrian street. On a side note, if it had not been for that, I think a bunch of us would have gone out of business. It's expensive to do business in California. It's expensive to do business in Laguna Beach, and that's fair. You guys called us, a bunch of us, in April 2020 and said, hey, tourism needs to happen this summer. What can we do? Wow, 30 seconds, okay. Anyway, so thank you very much. I think everybody here loves croissant. I sell the best croissant in town, okay? I got 20 seconds left. I got great coffee, great baguettes, okay? I need to see more hands raised, okay? And the Italian guy here, I love his spaghetti too.
Okay. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Natalie Bell, and I felt compelled to come here because I don't think the voices of young adults get to be heard very often here. And I wanted to just come and give my support for the promenade. I think the staff committee did a really good job of responding to the appeal, and I think you should move forward with the permanent promenade. Were you able to hear it all? Okay.
Hi, my name's James Wilcox.
You want to tilt it up?
Oh.
Perfect.
I
Thank
would
you.
like to reinforce the support in the promenade. I really appreciate all the hard work you guys have been doing. My favorite part about Laguna is the people. We have wonderful people here. We have wonderful visitors that come here. My least favorite part about the city is the cars. So any opportunity I can reinforce more people and less cars, I think I'll be in support of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, and while you're doing that, I think there's a couple seats over there. How many seats do we have over there that are available? Like 4. If there's people outside who need to get a seat, I think we have like 4 seats. So anyway, next speaker, please.
Hi, my name
Yeah, good.
Hi, my name is Parmise. I go to Laguna Beach High School and work downtown. Keeping the promenade car-free isn't just convenient, it's important. It makes the area safer, more inviting, and a better place for people to hang out, work, and enjoy the community. As a kid who works in the middle of it all, I see how much the space means to locals and all visitors every single day. It gives people a place to walk, meet up, eat, and just enjoy Laguna without having to worry about cars. I know I'm still young, but I want my voice to still count. Please keep the promenade pedestrian only for our safety, for our local businesses, and what makes downtown Laguna special. Thank you.
Thank you. Then again, no clapping. So waving hands. We've been doing a good job so far. Anyway, next speaker.
Hi, my name is Belen. I am a junior at Laguna Beach High School. I have lived in Laguna for almost my entire life, so almost 15 years. Since it opened, the promenade has brought a new energy to our city. It's where music plays, where art lives, and where families stroll. It's a space that turned downtown into more than a destination. It became a community gathering space. It brings people together, supports our local businesses, and reflects the creativity and spirit that define this town. It helps us during tough times. For example, the promenade helped bring Laguna back to life during the transition of quarantine to regular life. As someone who is very local, to lose it would be to lose a part of what makes Laguna Beach feel alive, connected, and welcoming. Personally, I find myself often hanging out with friends or eating lunch during my work break in this area. I know me and many others enjoy and wish to keep the promenade. Let's not go backwards. Let's protect this space, this spirit, and this sense of community. Let's save the promenade and keep Laguna Beach vibrant for generations to come. I want them to enjoy the lively area as much as I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi there, Mark Brown, local business owner on Forest. And I just want to say that I fully support the promenade, and I thank the council for all their hard work in making this a possibility. Most importantly, I think we should think about what are we going to do to make Laguna Beach just as special, if not more special, for the next generation. And, there's a couple voices right there of the people who are coming up after us. The people before us gave us Main Beach Park, Aliso Park, all these other wonderful things. Heisler, the bowling club. I mean, I read all about that. But all these wonderful things have happened. So progress must go forward. We have a duty and a moral obligation to leave Laguna Beach better than we found it. So thank you very much. I very much support this project.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Newth Morris, father of 3, and I serve on the board of Fuel, Families Unified for Education in Laguna. Fuel was formed to serve as a voice for families in our community. Today, I stand before you as a representative of Fuel to endorse the project to make Forest Avenue Promenade permanent, as it has been universally supported by families here in town. They're underrepresented tonight because tomorrow's the last day of school and it's 4 o'clock during a work week and there's practice, etc. All residents in our community value Laguna's rich heritage and natural beauty. A key to keeping those values alive is ensuring that Laguna continues to be an amazing place to raise a family, a place that is aspirational both for existing families to stay in and for new generations to move to. We've been vocal advocates for our schools. Beyond education, however, we need excellent places for families and children to congregate and socialize. The Forest Promenade has accomplished exactly that. Whether families are grabbing brunch on Sunday, children are spending a couple hours in the afternoon buying candy and socializing, or the community is gathering for events such as Hospitality Night, the promenade has retained the unique character of Forest Avenue while enhancing the utility for the community. Economic benefits of such projects are well documented. Safety is enhanced, exposure to pollution is reduced, and the sense of well-being is also enhanced. As with all meaningful projects, there are trade-offs to consider, and I trust that the council is doing so well, and I particularly want to give thanks to council members Orgill and Kempf. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Council. Bill Hoffman, longtime resident. First, the most important reason why I support the promenade, I think every city needs a place where people can gather free of cars. We've already seen the temporary promenade's popularity. During many afternoons and evenings, there are upwards of 200 people enjoying the promenade. In a broader sense, as a society, we need these public places more than ever. There's a well-documented epidemic of isolation in our country. There are too few special public places where you can join friends, meet new people, take a break from our computer screens, and just relax. A permanent promenade will serve many purposes. It's not just for the diners, but for community gathering, movies, art installations, music, as well as informal casual seating. It is our community room. At our promenade, I've seen a Halloween parade for kids, dog obedience classes. Some cities are even having salsa classes in their promenades. During quieter hours, it's a wonderful place for residents to sit and relax. I met my friends there last week and gave them an informal Spanish lesson. Many wonderful residents are against the promenade for historic reasons, but we're not ruining the history of Laguna. We're preserving the eucalyptus trees. We're preserving the buildings. We're changing and making the street more beautiful. We're getting rid of asphalt, parking meters, and diagonal stripes. Fine. Is that it?
That's it.
Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you. Support the promenade.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Brennan Krigler here. I'm a gentrification refugee from Santa Barbara, and I remember when Paseo Nuevo was propositioned and how it's basically lived its life, and now it's dead. I support Save Forest and the Village, and thank you for not calling it the HIP district. Have a good night.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
George Dubin with you. I'm going to read this very quickly. This is from our land use element. It says, minimize the impact of automobiles on the character of Laguna Beach and emphasize pedestrian-oriented environment. From our transportation, circulation, growth management element, investigate new techniques which promote the balancing principles that roads are not just for cars, that residents have the right to the best quality of life, which includes the least possible noise, the least pollution possible, and the safest environment possible, and an environment which fosters a rich community life. As an environmentally sensitive community, the Forest Plaza echoes what is already baked into our municipal code and encourages the mantra, the less cars, the better. James Dilley stated years ago, cars do not belong in our downtown. So let's pay homage to this respected visionary, stop the debate, and move forward with our beautiful Forest Pedestrian Plaza that promotes community and safe pedestrian-friendly environment. Let us be the community that evolves creatively and leaves stagnation to the history books. Let's build it and Laguna residents will come. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Emily Rolfing. I'm a lifelong resident of Laguna, a parent of 3, and a Fuel board member. I want to express my support tonight for this project. I care deeply about the future of our town and the experience of all who live, work, and learn here. Some of my most cherished memories come from moments when our community gathers to celebrate what makes this town so special. Few events capture that spirit better than Hospitality Night and Patriots Day Parade. I loved them as a child growing up here, and I treasure them now as a parent. When the streets are closed and the neighbors fill the heart of downtown to connect and celebrate, it reminds us of the deep roots we share and the power of public space. Our town has both a beautifully rich history and a bright future. The proposed promenade on Forest reflects that future. It will encourage families to move to Laguna Beach, support those who choose to build their businesses here, and foster a stronger sense of belonging among all residents and community members. A safe, walkable pedestrian plaza in the heart of downtown where children, teens, families, and community members can gather is more than a design improvement. It is an investment in a healthier and more connected Laguna Beach. The Fuel Board, along with my family, supports the proposed promenade on Forest. concept because it strengthens our community connection. I encourage my fellow residents to stay engaged, and I would also like to thank our city council members and staff for all the work they've put into moving this project forward. I'm grateful for your ideas and efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, council, friends, relatives. Actually, one's right up there. And I'm not really here to sing her praises, although I could do that. But I am here to talk about the promenade. Mike and I have lived in Canyon Acres forever. As a matter of fact, we've lived there longer than many of you have been alive, to be quite frank. And we are longtime supporters of Village Laguna. I did the first logo for Village Laguna. They actually happily changed the logo because it was a little bit funky, but we did the graphics for the 36-foot height limit. Mike was a president of Village Laguna. I have huge respect for that organization that works so hard to preserve our character, so hats off. At the same time, I think change is important. And I remember that years ago, there was a lot of debate around Main Beach Park and, and fierce debate, appropriate debate. But what a gift that has been to this town and our window to the sea. And the same debate is happening this evening, and the same possibility is here, because I think the promenade offers us the same opportunity to make a difference to the character at the gathering place, a center, a place to meet friends and neighbors. So I'm here to thank the council for all your work and to say that the promenade is a gift to Laguna. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm Becky Jones, a resident since 1977 and a former planning commissioner. And I have to tell you, as a former planning commissioner, I have not seen enough information for me to actually know what's best for the city, the residents, the businesses, and the future. And I don't think you do either, simply because you've never asked. You reached a preconceived vision that has never been adequately evaluated. Even in the earliest stages, residents, the design consultant, and the planning commission were restricted to respond only to how this vision should be implemented, not whether or not it was the right vision for Laguna. We're not asked what would be best for the city and what would work best in that environment, given what's happened in other communities. The one thing I do know is that it would be a disaster for Forest Avenue to become a food park and for us to lose our retail, because it is the retail that gives the body and the atmosphere to Laguna, and that makes us unique. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky, and thank you for your service on the Planning Commission. We appreciate it. Next speaker, please.
Slides. I'm John Thomas, and there will be a slide up there in a second that shows the original approval that was to investigate options, plural, for Lower Forest. That was never done. At this point, if I were given the project a grade, it would get an incomplete. How can stewards of our public assets make such a consequential decision without doing thorough due diligence and investigating all possibilities? For a city that values its history so highly, it's inconsistent that it would take what is among our most iconic areas and completely change it without thoroughly investigating all alternatives and without truly engaging the residents in meaningful ways. There are, our choices would be do nothing, proceed with the current plan, or do something else, such as a version like many European plazas that do double duty, that are open to vehicles at certain times and open only to pedestrians at other times. It could mean a version that is physically modified to reduce parking and increase pedestrian areas, like the very popular Palisades Village done by Rick Caruso. Did the city even look at that? Regarding open carry alcohol, while the LBTMD discussions have been about creating better visitor behavior, the drink anywhere idea feels like we're trying to be Huntington Beach or 3rd Street, which isn't what we're after. The costs initially and ongoing associated with this are likely to substantially exceed any added revenue the city would receive. Regarding contention 4, the downtown specific plan never said to do a permanent pedestrian plaza. I don't have time, but I could provide 6 specific references where they're talking temporary. And finally, for such a major change that many consider to be the heart of Laguna, this should go on the 2026 ballot.
Thank you.
One way or another, this is likely to be an election issue.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Kristen Winter. I'm one of the owners of Good Together House. While change can be challenging, I do know that we can't keep downtown the same. Our downtown is struggling and needs revitalization. As a retail business owner of downtown Laguna, I know that if change is not allowed to happen, you will force businesses to leave town. The city is on track. The proposal offers change. Your proposal offers change while keeping the integrity of Laguna. It fosters a sense of community and belonging. It improves the residents' quality of life, and it ensures that our dollars stay in town and that our economy grows. City Council, you have my confidence. Make changes, move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Kata Brown. Darwinism. Without evolution, there is extinction.
Okay. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Ann Chrisman. I'm a retailer on Forest Avenue. Sales down 35% since you closed the street. What nobody has addressed tonight, what all of you who are for this don't understand, we are going to be closed for 8 months plus while they tear this street up and do construction. If anyone of you ever been through a construction process, you will understand that. So you are going to tell all of us, the 5 of you up there are going to tell us that we're not going to have any income, that I'm going to have to let go of everybody. And also meetings, staff talked about the meetings. I have been to most of those meetings, as have many of these people in this room been to those meetings. And we get up and we talk and we ask questions. Here's a question we've asked from day one. How much is this going to cost? How much have you spent so far? You know how much you have spent. Why aren't you saying, this is what we have spent? There should be, you should say. Also, the meetings that we have been to, we get up like this, we spend hours like you do, and you never communicate back. You just say, it's already been approved. When did it get approved? I don't remember that. When was it officially approved? You're doing all these meetings because you want to be able to tell legally that you had these meetings. And just so everybody knows, Planning Commission, that meeting, do you know who appoints the Planning Commission? The City Council appoints the Planning Commission. Do you know who directs staff? City Council directs staff. They are the ones that are running this. 5 people, and you're not taking any of us into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Charmaine Brown, a small business owner on Forest. I love hospitality night. I'm a big believer in public space. I do believe that enough consideration has not been given to the effects on small businesses. I do believe we will flood. I do know that a lot of businesses are struggling since we lost parking, and I do think there were probably ways through this, hybrid possibilities, because I'm not kidding when I say public space, sidewalk culture, very important to me. But part of that sidewalk culture is also about the small businesses that help create a vibrant community. If, as I'm hearing more and more, that it's going to be a food-dominated downtown, that is not the public space that I think people are really looking for. I would like to hear more. I think this has been kind of pushed through without enough input from small retailers. And from everyone I've talked to, without enough input from many residents who have a lot of questions. So I'm concerned about flooding. I'm concerned about losing even more small businesses than we have. I do believe in public space. I love hospitality night is my favorite night of the year. So I just want to make this clear. There has to be more conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hey, Paul Hamilton, 36-year resident. This just recently came to my attention that after all the years of hard work that the council and the city have done to move forward with the beautiful permanent promenade, a small group is trying to stop it. Everybody I know loves it. I've never heard anybody, I guess I hang out around wrong people because everybody I know loves it. And my wife and I enjoy it literally several times a week. We join with our friends. We have a lovely dinner without choking on exhaust fumes and out of town traffic noise. And it's just a lovely experience. also the traffic flow, it doesn't take a study to see that the traffic flow on PCH and, Forest to Glen area is way better. So, there's always those that want to disrupt any nice improvements to the city, but the promenade is something special. The good citizens of Laguna Beach desire. Those few that don't like it are certainly not forced to enjoy it. They can go elsewhere, and it won't make any difference to the businesses on Promenade. So I support this 100%, that you move ahead. And with that, I'm going to go to the Promenade, meet my wife and dog, and have a martini. So,
Okay.
cheers.
Okay, and again, no clapping, but okay, thank you. Okay, next speaker, please.
My name is David Rubel. I'm a 35-year resident. My kids played tennis with Paul's kids. This is a great community spot. It's wildly popular. It has been since COVID happened. It's created a place for visitors and residents to come and enjoy. And I think just in looking at the new plans, it's going to even be the most beautiful street in the town. And it's something that I feel we have to do. We have an obligation to the next generation and the generation after that to improve the town and not leave it and not do anything. I've never been a supporter of doing nothing. And I think this has so much more support than not. That you just have to do it. So that's all I got to say.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Jeff Rodesheimer. Glad I can be here for this meeting. Retirement has its benefits. Just nice to be able to make this. Many studies exist showing the benefits of this type of promenade you are proposing. I'll cite one: New York City complete streets, 71% increase in retail sales. There are way more and easy to find. For those that need help, I'd be happy to do that. Regarding buying things, drop in brick and mortar retail sales can be tracked mostly to online sales, which was accelerated by COVID. Traditional retail is now moving toward an experience economy. Like this study says, quote, a study analyzing card transaction data in multiple cities found that pedestrianization increases retail sales volumes. The positive effect was especially strong for experienced-focused businesses. These are businesses adapting to what's happening to small towns because of online retailers. I also want to echo the powerful point that the improved promenade could help combat the epidemic of loneliness. I think that's real. And then lastly, why would we be so resistant to change? As Winston Churchill says, to improve is to change. To be perfect is to change often. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hey, Josh Krieger. I work at the high school here in Laguna Beach. I work at the Boys and Girls Club and Starbucks because rent ain't cheap. Anyways, this town is for people, not cars. If you like parking instead of walking, Mission Viejo is just on the other side of the hill, but it's just not as convenient. It's not as fun to be there. The best thing we can do for foot traffic, which is what causes more retail increase, is to increase the trolley usage or increase park and rides, have more parking in lot 16 or in Irvine, Dana Point, elsewhere. But to take away or to put more parking back into downtown is just unsafe. The worst thing we do for the environment and for our citizens' lungs, our kids' safety, is to remove these 3-ton killing machines back into our main street. In America, the #1 cause of death for children is cars. And the normal road needs to be renovated every 20, 30 years, but a pedestrian road, well used, probably doesn't even need maintenance, maybe some coverage with like kids art or something like that. What's really affecting all these small businesses as we're looking elsewhere is probably also the cost of rent. Some of these people are paying $10,000, $20,000 a month. That's just unacceptable. And also, it's not a pedestrian mall. This is what most cities in America looked like, which is car-free before World War II. And we need a public square on Forest Avenue. We don't have any downtown, really. This is kind of our focus area where everyone gets directed to because it is our main square.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm going to be reading my friend Shaheen Sheikh Salal comment. She had to leave to attend her kids. Oh, it's here. Better? Okay. I'm a longtime Laguna Beach resident, a mother of two, and a board member of FUEL, Families Unified for Education in Laguna. I'm here tonight in strong support of making the Forest Avenue promenade permanent. As somewhat deeply invested in our schools and community, I know that a great town isn't just about good test scores. It's about the spaces we share. The promenade has become more than just a street closure. It's a place where families linger, where neighbors run into each other, where kids feel safe to explore after school, and where our town feels like a true village. It reflects the kind of Laguna I want my kids to grow up in: vibrant, walkable, inclusive, and connected. Let's preserve that. Thank you. I want to say myself as Claudia Morris, a mother of three, also part of the board of FUEL, I totally echo that message. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, City Council members. Thank you, Mayor Renagi. My name is Ed Steinfeld. I own a business downtown, and that business is the Voice of Laguna radio station, which has a really unique and advantageous location. We're on the busiest corner of Laguna Beach, and it allows me to feel the pulse of the community, if you will. And I took polls before the election, and the polls were accurate from top to bottom, all the way down. And in the last several weeks, we've taken polls about the promenade and who wants it and who doesn't. And overwhelmingly, over 90% of the people that pass by, this is over 1,000 people that I've had the opportunity to engage with and ask the question directly. Do you like the promenade? Do you want to see it permanent? Over 90% have said, yes, we want the promenade. So my job in doing that and reaching out to them, I feel I should tell you what I've seen. So thank you very much. Thank you to staff for presenting a really decent report.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Ben Warner, and I'm a long-term resident and the co-founder of the Coast Film and Music Festival. I'm here to voice our support for making the Forest Avenue Promenade a permanent part of Laguna Beach. As a festival rooted in storytelling, art, and community, we've seen firsthand how powerful a public space like this can be. Our Films on Forest Night each November transforms the promenade into an open-air cinema under the stars. Families, students, and visitors gather for a shared experience that celebrate Laguna's creativity and spirit. Downtown Laguna needs a space where we can come together, not just as consumers, but as a community. A place that reflects the heritage of Laguna Beach, where music is played and stories are told, and shopping and dining is done and memories are made. Yes, parking and infrastructure matter, but so does energy. That vibrancy we generate when locals and visitors fill that space with life offsets far more than a few lost parking spots. It's an investment in the cultural and economic vitality of our town. A permanent promenade is not just about design, it's about identity. It says Laguna Beach's values people over pavement and creativity over convenience. Let's build on what works and keep Forest Avenue alive with energy, expression, and connection. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Ellen Gerardo Kempler, and I'm a writer, environmentalist, and volunteer for Third Street Writers, the Laguna Playhouse, the Sawdust, and I've worked at Laguna Canyon Foundation, at the Art Museum, and I just think that the best thing in our community is community. We live in a small town. And I'm always so pleased when I run into these people from all my different walks of life. And there needs to be a there where we can run into these people. We have a lot of places in the summer to do that. We have the Sawdust, we have the Festival of Arts, we have the beach. But isn't it nice to have a place where you can just sort of wander downtown and find other people to talk to and maybe have a conversation with some tourists who have been demonized as the other. Also, there's the forbidden word, climate change, which is happening everywhere, even though many people want to ignore it. It's scientific fact. So our traffic is not going away. Our visitors are not going away. We need to figure out a way to all get along and enjoy the time we have in such a beautiful place. And I hope you'll plant some natives to attract some pollinators to our promenade too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, my name's Kathleen Jepson Bernier. I've been here for a long time. I've been for the promenade since way before COVID. This is supposed to be a village. We're only asking for one block closed where kids can run and people can get together. And actually for business, I think that people strolling, they don't have the cars and the traffic there. They're going to be drawn into shops more. I agree that the problem with sales is more online competition. The one caveat is the lack of transparency with the promenade. There's nothing about the cost of it. Not all studies have been done. I don't know what the flood thing is about because it's still there. I don't think it's going to change, but I don't know. There are alternative ways to do it if the cost is high, since we do have other needs, such as undergrounding power lines on the canyon. I just think that let's take another look at it, at the alternatives, maybe the alternative number 2 on the, that might be good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Janet Vescaby, and I am a true supporter of the Hospitality Night and the Patriots Day Parade. However, I really believe that a hybrid option is something that should be considered. It has not been considered, or at least not put forward in any of the workshops that I have attended. And as others have spoken, I believe the cost should be considered, and and perhaps even a vote in November or at some point for the residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Mary Locatelli. I could make an argument for a brand new, modern, state-of-the-art pedestrian mall on Lower Forest. I could also make an argument for return to the historic quintessential downtown Main Street on Forest Avenue. What I'm having trouble with is the process that we've used, where we've really just divided the community into, I don't know, 2 sides. And I hope it just is calling for somebody somewhere, anybody anywhere, to try to bring the 2 sides together. And I hope you people can do that tonight. I wouldn't be me if I didn't have a few nits, Dave, on the package. If you look at section 2 of the resolution that was adopted by the Planning Commission, it mentions that the council approved the CEQA program on March 25th. That was actually only the first reading. It was approved later, so I'm not sure whether that has any bearing on the resolution. And I also noticed that in the staff report, there are meetings, 10 meetings that are outlined to demonstrate outreach and advance notice on the CEQA exemption, but 9 of those meetings occurred before CEQA was ever mentioned. So I wonder whether those meetings really represent outreach to the extent that they should. And then on pages 20 and 21, too, the commissioners, the planning commissioners, said they were expecting a hydrology report that modeled a 100-year flood. The completed report models a 25-year storm. So that's an issue as well. Can I have a summary?
No, thank you.
2 minutes.
Sorry, I can't. If I gave it to you, I'd have to give it to everyone.
2 seconds? No?
Yeah, thank you.
Please, just,
Thank
try
you.
to bring the community together.
Thanks,
Option
Mary.
4.
Appreciate it. And then I just want to note to the people outside, we have some seats on the right side of the room. So if there's people outside who are looking for a seat, you might have an opportunity. And yeah, go ahead, Tony.
Hi, this meeting is premature. We don't know how much this is going to cost. We don't know with the 25-year flood as opposed to 50-year and so forth. And the other thing that is research that could be done right now and should have been done is what's happening in this country in terms of promenades. Have you looked at Colorado? In Denver, they are lowering the rent, actually paying the rent, begging the merchants to stay there because their businesses are failing. And it is unknown how long it's going to take. How long did it take to do that beautiful job across the street in the main beach? How much longer would it take for this? What happens to the merchants? Are you paying their rent while it's closed? Are you paying their employees so when things open up, they'll have the same good staff that's working there? And more than that, you know, what we pride ourselves in is we don't have chains. Well, it's going to be really hard to fill those spaces with individual businesses. So I wish that we had this information. The discussion tonight would be different if people, oh, and one more thing. If you're walking down the street with wine, is it going to be in a paper cup, a plastic cup, or glass cup? And if you have red wine, can you go into a business and shop? All of these ideas idealize problems. Please.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Cindy Cohn-Hirbaum. I'm a 30-year resident of Laguna. I waited as long as I did to speak because I heard a lot of for and against. You know, I am for community, I'm for walking areas, I'm for trees. I don't necessarily oppose the promenade, but what I really feel has been lacking is a macro approach to our town. We have so many empty stores along PCH, along Ocean, along Beach, along Glen Eyrie. Our neighboring towns, Dana Point, Newport Beach, with their Lido redevelopment, the River Street in San Juan, they've all taken a more macro approach to their towns. And we are talking about a block here. And there is for and against about a block when we're not looking at our entire community that my circle of friends feels like is really dying. So thank you for your service and your time and your consideration. I would just maybe ask you to think a little bit more broadly as our neighbors have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm from Bouchard's Pharmacy, a family-owned business that has proudly served our community for almost 80 years. I'm the third generation in my family, and we're looking forward to celebrating our 80th anniversary next year. But I want to be honest, it hasn't always been easy. During the height of COVID, when the whole promenade began, we are the only business still open on Forest Avenue. We remained open not just as a business, but as a vital part of our community. And since then, it has been an uphill battle as we continue to compete with large corporate chains. That's why I'm here to speak in support of the promenade if it's done in a beautiful, timeless, and thoughtful way. A well-designed promenade can be a lifeline not only for us, but for every small business along the street. This space should be created with locals in mind first, not just tourists or day visitors. It should be a place where residents feel welcome, safe, and inspired to support their local businesses. Our success does not happen in isolation. The customers who pick up their prescriptions at Bouchard's often go next door for lunch or stroll into a nearby shop. When locals feel good about spending time downtown, we all thrive. That means we need a space for families, children, and friends to gather. Also, parking is a real concern, and I think that we need to work on that as well. Additionally, I want to stress that this project shouldn't only focus on Lower Forest. The surrounding areas need attention as well. In short, if we're going to reinvigorate our downtown, we need a vision that supports the whole ecosystem of small businesses and truly invites locals to rediscover and reclaim their city center. Thank you for your time and all of your effort.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for spending all the time and listening to all of us. My name is Kevin Baldridge. I live at 500 Mystic Way. We have a beautiful view of downtown Laguna. We feel like we're part of the downtown. I'll tell you that we engage with the downtown several times a week. We've had no problems at all with the parking and have found the closure and the walkability of the street to be a significant improvement in the quality of our lives as neighbors right up the street, up the hill. We've come downtown more often since the closure of the street than before. And I'll repeat that again. We've come down more often to enjoy the dining. We shop here. I shop at Bouchard's all the time. I love what Laurent is doing. I love his croissants. I mean, we love coming down here and engaging with the city continually. We believe the closure will actually open up the opportunity to meet our neighbors more and enjoy the essence of Laguna. The promenade, in my view, doesn't destroy the heart of Laguna. It enhances it and strengthens it. like many of our neighbors, the people that I, play around with and work with and commute with, we've all traveled all around the world. There are promenades like this throughout Europe, throughout South America, Latin America. We have the environment, the ocean nearby, the perfect weather. If there's going to be a promenade anywhere, it ought to be in Laguna. We've debated this for a long time. Let's get on with it.
Thank you. And I'm counting, I think, 8 seats inside if there are people outside who want the opportunity to sit down. So next speaker, please.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Alberto, and I have the privilege and the blessing of living and working in the city of Laguna Beach. I am currently employed by Chef Pirosi at Alesa Laguna Beach. And I want to talk to you all on my perspective as a worker, as someone that depends on the promenade to remain open. And not only me, and I just want to put a picture and a perspective for everybody. That promenade that is a part of Alesa is divided by 4 people and 2 busboys. So you're talking about 6 families that directly benefit from this promenade. Now you have 4 restaurants there. You can potentially benefit or impact 20 to 25 families if this promenade goes away, and that will be a big impact. As city council members, I believe that one of your obligations to the community is also to create jobs, not to jeopardize them. And as for the community goes, I will implore you to please stop buying in Amazon and let's go buy to the shoe store. They have amazing stuff. I buy my shoes there all the time. They have the best prices too. So there's a win-win for everybody. We just have to find it. And yeah, we have the best Italian too, by the way. Thank you,
Good.
everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Carmelite Green. I'm a 27-year resident. I manage a retail store close to downtown for the last 13 years, and I have over 40 years of retail experience. I heard many those that oppose the promenade speak to the businesses downtown and the concern for them. And I want to say, with my experience of 40 years in retail, that retail has evolved over the years, and consumers today are looking for an experience. And I believe that the promenade helps create the experience. Not only does it create community, but it creates a experience for our consumers. So I am in support, and yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Council. Trudy Josephson. You won't believe this, but I'm a 50-year resident of Laguna Beach. I don't look it, do I? So I'm really troubled about what we have in our country as far as dissension, and now I'm seeing it in this town. And I'm hearing the speakers come up here, and some of them are kind of putting people in 2 different pockets, and I find that hurtful. Only because I really like the idea of the promenade, but going back a few years, like quite a few years, we had Main Beach Park that we voted on, a bond issue, and we also had the Canyon we voted on. In both cases, we knew what we were getting. Here, we don't really know how much it's going to cost, so it's kind of like, going into this blind. I also wanted to bring to everybody's attention, which I'm sure you know, I think I counted something like 7 or 8 empty buildings on either side of Forest Avenue. So obviously, these businesses are having difficulties in making that happen. And I really worry about the businesses on Forest that are not restaurants. How are they going to survive? What does the council have planned for when the businesses are closed? Who's going to pay for their employees? How are they going to get their businesses back? Do they have to close up? There's a lot of issues that I really worry about, and I think they need to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Larissa, and I am an employee in one of the businesses on Forest Avenue. And I just want to say thank you to the City Council for years, nearly a decade of your commitment to this project. I remember when they closed down Ocean Avenue and had the first assessment to do the pilot program. So I appreciate all of you for hard work, but I really think that we need to move forward. Everybody just keeps saying they want more information, they want to put on the brakes, we need to put on the gas. Otherwise, we're going to expire before this project does. The promenade has brought more than just foot traffic. It's brought life, energy, and connection to our community. It's a place where locals and visitors gather, where small businesses thrive, and the charm of our city is fully experienced in a walkable, welcoming environment. It's a true gathering place, and we have needed it. Somewhere people can both shop and enjoy a meal, all while soaking in the atmosphere that makes our city so special. It offers that unique blend, and there's nothing else like it in this town. Keeping it isn't just about preserving its space, it's embracing what makes Laguna strong. Growth and adaptation show the strength of our city. And this project is a shining example of how we've responded to changing times with creativity and vision. Without it, Forest Avenue is just another street. With it, full of light, art, music, and community, it's a destination. Let's continue to support the promenade and keep building our people first Laguna. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Take a look at the stack in front of you. No, look at it. You're looking at over 800 people who aren't here tonight talking about holding back and rejecting this plan tonight. It's not that they're saying, stop the promenade. What they're saying is, do not approve it tonight. And they have plenty of reasons. I don't need to tell you that this problem-plagued promenade plan is not ready for prime time. There are plenty of problems with it that are not being addressed. Over 800 of your constituents have signed a petition to protest its approval tonight or today and given ample reasons to postpone it. 125 of those signatures are from business owners who are telling you not to approve it today. So saying the promenade will vitalize business is not always a safe bet. The architectural cookie cutter plan is not a reflection of Laguna's unique historic charm. It's far more something out of straight Irvine. Good Lord, change this thing and make it look like Laguna. Even last night, you talked about having a design standard for the city. You talked about the water district building. And what do we get? We get Irvine. Good God. For this reason alone, this project should be canceled tonight or rejected. Giving no realistic budget.
Thank you.
8 months worth of destruction for businesses. You
Thank
better
you.
have something for an answer for the businesses.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Roger Kempler, longtime resident. I questioned the gentleman's petition, just how was the petition presented, who signed the petition? But beyond that, we've had volumes of letters come in to you guys and flooding you. And we've had volumes of people over 5 years now that have been flooding the promenade. Everyone has spoken. We've had 5 years of a very diligent, vocal group challenging the promenade at every step. And I think 5 years is plenty. I think it's time to get shovels to the ground. One of the leaders of the Greenbelt, the leader of the Greenbelt, Jim Daly, helped inspire Village Laguna. And Village Laguna did a great job getting the height ordinance passed, and that was fantastic many decades ago. It's time to move on. Jim Daly said, get the cars out of downtown and great things will happen. This is the great Jim Daly saying that many, many decades ago. Let's listen to Jim Daly. We have quieter cars now that are faster. Let's keep cars out of this precious little square. If you recall, we lost a Thurston school teacher running right near the Village Square, killed by a car. Sorry, just got a call. My bad. Thank you for that call, boy. I just want to support the promenade. I think the staff, I think council have looked thoroughly at this for many years now, including the most recent chapter. And I think it's time to move on and get the shovels to the ground. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Paul, we haven't seen you for a long
Yeah.
time.
I'm still here.
Yeah, I know you are.
Thank you. Paul Merritt, three-time president of Laguna Beach Taxpayers. It's refreshing to hear both sides of the street in this issue. The main problem is very simple. The residents, or a good deal of the residents, feel that we're creating a Disneyland atmosphere. looking at the picture of the promenade is repugnant to my feeling of Laguna Beach. I expect some of the Mouseketeers to jump out at any time, and that's not what we want for our downtown. An Anaheim visitor said to me the other day, "I don't eat in Laguna anymore." I said, "Why is that?" "Oh, we had 3 burritos and 3 drinks." I said, "Are you sure you just had 3 drinks?" "Yes." $238. But if you look at the big picture of business, Dana Point has spent tens of millions of dollars, is booming on a Wednesday, is booming on a Thursday, and they don't have a promenade. They have planning, and I think that this is a misplanned opportunity. And as far as the details of the staff, they've been hardworking. I'll conclude on this. I can outswim anyone in this room, but where is the handicap parking for this? Where is the real disabled access to walk in a 2-block area where it's difficult with or without cars? So please give it more consideration. Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
to see you.
Good to see you.
Carrie Reynolds, 35-year resident of Laguna Beach, 50 years, it feels like, consultant in retail nationally. I came in tonight for every retailer that spoke against it. I committed to spending $250 online. I can't get them online. That's hybrid. Thank you. Support the promenade.
Thank you.
Hi, Chef Pirozzi. Fact check. I don't know how you say that in English, but people say that I didn't know about the promenade, and long time ago it's a surprise. In 2016, I was in this chamber until 1 in the morning, like 10 times, spent $30,000. I did the parklet on Forest. It worked like crazy in the middle of the traffic. It was done. It worked. They did it. It's many years. So no excuse if you wasn't there, you live in different city. Also, I'm making pasta now to go on the Amazon because I have to reinvent myself, right? Business is down, like Ann said, but it's not because the traffic, it's because people buy on Amazon. So I start to make pasta. People wanted to go. I put it in a nice bag. Mulin come and love it. I know you bought 2 bags yesterday. Don't tell me that, I know it. But so we try to reinvent ourselves also to make sure that we go with the flow all the life. So the parklet, the promenade, everything's work. The people love it. We bring a lot of people with the money that spend money to support everybody. And I think that is a good job that you guys are doing us. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I'm Kathy Yerka. I expected a bit more clarity about the process, the approval process, and certainly more humility in the presentation. It was really a mess, and I appreciate Bob Whalen having figured that out, and that's how this discussion got pushed back. If the promenade were proposed for Ocean, I probably wouldn't be here. Forest Avenue is not just another street with or without a promenade. It's our historic main street. I do like the promenade. I go there to eat. If you were to leave it as it is, with modifications, there are so many things that could be done, I wouldn't have a problem with that, accepting my concerns about the business owners. But if they're not going to persuade you, I'm not going to be able to do that. The design is mediocre. It will be fine, but we haven't been promised fine. We've been promised world-class. You don't get world-class for $3 million and a kind of COVID emergency deal. It's not going to be something that we're proud of. It doesn't really reflect Laguna Beach. I would urge you to not move forward with this now for the reasons that you've heard. It just hasn't been a good process, and I think that there is just a lot of disagreement and division, and I think there is a better solution, like the plan that you're putting forward for the parklets and the bump outs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Luz Ortiz. I'm a 13-year resident and a proud parent of a Thurston middle schooler. As someone who's experienced Laguna Beach both as a tourist and a resident, I can attest to the fact that having the promenade on Forest Avenue long-term has made our city better and happier. As a consumer, I love me an outdoor shopping area where I can walk around safely without having to dodge cars, where there are fun events and live music and happy people gathered together. Are you kidding me? Sign me up for that. As a parent and community member, I am thrilled to have a permanent downtown promenade where our kids and families can and deserve to be able to gather safely and enjoy each other's company while supporting our local businesses and celebrating special events and occasions. It's like the owner of Mulan said earlier, it's a vibe. An ugly row of parked cars and scary drivers is not a vibe and only deters me from the area and from our local businesses. I support the permanency of the promenade. I look forward to more community programs and events for this community, not just sidewalk access to the stores and restaurants. And I believe the city and the residents of our businesses will thrive with this permanent improvement for our community. Thank you, City Council, for all that you do.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Steve Jones, Laguna Beach resident, and I'm for the promenade. And I had spoken about this before. I think about the Laguna today. I think about the Laguna 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 50 years from now. And to me, the promenade, it's a vote for today and it's a vote for the future. And when we're all gone and buried in our graves 50 years from now, 100 years from now, when people are fighting whatever they're fighting for, people are going to be fighting for the promenade. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello again. Violet from Violet Boutique, 241 Forest Avenue. Again, thank you very much. I always say taking your time and listening to everyone and trying to do the best for Laguna. Laguna doesn't belong to us. We are here, all of us, just to enjoy, use. We are temporary and leave it to the others. Earth doesn't belong to us. We are all temporary here. But what we can do, make the right decision for Laguna. We try to make the right decision for our children. We won't take risks. Closing Forest Avenue was a risk. I was for it, as you know, at the beginning of COVID. It's not working. I've had 4 or 5 businesses in Laguna. I've been in this town since I was 26 years old. I've had Chantilly Ice Cream Shop, now belongs to another family, wonderful family. I've had Chantel Beauty Supply. I have Violet Boutique. I had Violet Fashion. This is not working. The thefts has gone up. Empty hangars. Residents, I'm a resident also, 30 years living in Laguna. Residents stay in their houses. They live there. I live in my store. I have lived all my life from age 26 years old in my stores. Downtown is my home. They don't see the theft. They don't see the drunk people. People come in. How many of them, they come and actually everyday shop from Laguna? Not many people. When it's rainy day, the road is closed. One more second. When it's rainy, I've lost my elderly clientels. They cannot park on Forest Avenue.
Thank you.
It's raining,
Thank you.
pouring rain.
Appreciate it.
The thefts has
Thank,
gone up.
thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
You know what's special if I have to come up here is I hate microphones and I hate doing it at City Council, but I wanted to thank everybody here. I know there's a lot of strong opinions. My personal opinion, I'm Rick Honke, the founder and CEO of the Laguna Beach Cultural Arts Center, and I'm speaking on behalf of the board. The fact that we feel that this is and this could be the only place in town that people come to meet in the entire town is Forest Avenue, really on an ongoing basis. This is an engine for community, and we really need to take that into consideration. We feel that we're benefiting, the Cultural Arts Center is benefiting for this, but we also have a lot of incredible programming, including augmented reality and storytelling about the history of Laguna Beach, art shows that will only exist if there is a promenade. And so I didn't prepare a speech, but I just want to make sure you guys know that the Laguna Beach Cultural Arts Center is 100% behind this program. We understand the concerns, but we feel that this is the way to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And if we could get remaining speakers to line up so we could keep things moving. Does anyone else want to speak on this issue? Anyone from outside? I'm seeing heads shaking outside. Okay. No, nobody outside. Last chance. So what I'm going to do now is close public testimony on this item. I'm going to, and now I'm going to give, so typically for an appeal, we would give 2 minutes to the appellant, and I'm going to give 4 minutes to the appellant to provide any rebuttal that you would like to provide. And so you can use your time however you would please. No, when you get to the microphone. Do you want to take a break? Let's do it. Let's take a break. We'll take a break. Yeah, good. Okay. So why don't we do let's do a 10-minute break. So we'll be back at 6:15 and we'll start right on time. Okay, good.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
Well, I tried.
Will you take
There's
your
no,
speed shorthand?
there's no way I know everybody.
You don't
The
want
whole
it.
town's here.
We need, we need to vote. I don't care.
Wait on the YouTube one. You just look at the transfers.
Well, between you and Ed, you guys. It's a rather short one. I just want to follow up. Some meeting that you presented at that I attended in an incomplete manner. There was the sound spectrum event and I had to go to that.
Okay, yeah.
But I know you were having a discussion about restaurant solutions. So I don't know if anything came out of that or we certainly want to write a story.
So, and I can share, happy to share the summary of you.
Yeah. Andrew Turner at LA Times.
All right. Yeah, I can send you what I've written, basically summary to the council, summary back to some of the, is this right?
Yeah.
Obviously, we did look forward.
The long and short of it, I thought you had like six locations in mind.
So that's whittled down to about 2 locations. It sounds like it. Look at something for July 1. Get quotes on that.
For 6 to 8 weeks.
Yeah, exactly. So at hospital, somewhere near West Street, Hurting for Rocks. Well,
There was mention.
yeah, we're not probably gonna go that direction.
Tops of the stairs.
Well, I want to do it, but it doesn't seem like the desire to be quiet, but we'd have to. Well, that's good, so the desire's not. We're gonna try to look at. Doing the local access to the possible. And we're up to it this year, but we're not gonna do that.
Is this gonna fall under, what's the city manager's spending power here? Yeah, that's what. That's what. Is that gonna be able, and actually that gets done without coming to the council?
I have no idea how much we're in. I've heard everywhere from 600 a day, and you'll see we're getting close right now. Particularly on a double ADA accessible flush and restroom. That's probably. But I just want to pack it up for section. I'm seeing if they want it, right? They don't want it, right? If they don't, I'll just leave that and let the.
We're still stating. Everyone else on the side should be having a great. We still not. I did advice for you today and turned it around like free and the administration wire that is right now. And get completely beautiful Mason. Not what great they came here. And I've heard all of the fellow good. When that landed in my lap, I'm like.
It's happened.
And I'm like, was it premature because? Yeah, we have all of these damages like file, we're not gonna file for rescission. We're not gonna take back the assets until we're sure that forensic accounting is done.
Yeah.
But then he's in Delaware the next day and now it's like, hold on.
Yeah, there's some lots of. Yeah. It's why I like working here. I guess it's never a dull moment. Minutes. You gotta be honest, doesn't bring any big ones. Still get it. Stuff about it. Still getting. Lars, I think the likelihood is participants have to stay this story. Whatever you guys do with the fire station, we get to next week. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's fair. I don't even know how long we're gonna be here. This last part. How long, like how long do it feel to generally take? Are you even with the city and the pandemic? You were. So I remember at that time we were having meetings that were lasted past midnight. And there was that while where it seemed like they were intent, like we are gonna end by 11, no matter what. But these are the kinds of items that would make that happen. We would be talking about like remodeling the White House. Benny's. Oh, do you want me to go that summary? That'd be helpful. Andrew Dodd Turner at LA Times. Yeah. I will make it short.
What, you're gonna say something?
I'm going to talk about the speed of construction that can happen when you do a solution like this, rather than dust and mud.
Where's Mark? Okay, everyone, we are at 6:15. So as promised, we're going to start this meeting back up.
No. No, I just want to.
Okay, so at this point, we have heard public testimony, and what we are going to do is usually we give 2 minutes for the appellant to provide rebuttal, and I'm going to make the decision to provide 4 minutes for the appellant to provide rebuttal. So we will give Village Laguna and whoever you want to have represent yourselves. Please take the podium, and now is your chance to provide rebuttal. So please go ahead. That's okay. That's good.
Did you do that dance again?
Yeah.
It's a 1 minute jigger. Okay. Have you started? Okay. Just to be clear, Village Laguna or the appellant is not opposed to public space or pedestrian space. We celebrate that kind of space. We advocate community spots. We celebrate all that greenery, trees, having kids run around. But we think that there's a better way to go about this community spot through a hybrid, through different ideas of advocating options. And we actually have one tonight that we want to share with you. But we think there's a way to make this happen so that the small businesses are not disrupted. Environmentally, it's not as disruptive by bringing in fill to a flood area. And we just are asking you to create a hybrid solution like San Clemente does, where they have their farmers markets on the main street. They close it, they open it, they celebrate both, and it becomes a win-win for the restaurants and retailers. I'm going to hand it over to Ann. She wants to talk a little bit, but please don't think we don't want community space. We love it. Village Laguna is about environmental, the greenery, trees. You know us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joy. I think she said mostly everything. Most of the comments of the people who are supporting the promenade are supporting just the same ideals that Joy just talked about, of people getting together, about community getting to know each other, about walking around without worrying about cars and all those kinds of things. But what who have been involved in this for so long, we've been frustrated with not being able to discuss or explore other options. And we've also gotten into the details. You last week or yesterday, you were talking about the wonderful opening of Main Beach Park. And we were there to critique the original design of Main Beach Park. And we're the ones that got the wood benches instead of plastic ones. I mean, this is the level of detail that needs to be done in exploring these design ideas. And that hasn't happened here. This is a brick expanse with decomposed granite in the middle and free alcohol throughout, and closing off the ends so that the vista down Forest Avenue is not there anymore. So I think we need to combine the philosophy of loving that kind of community life with a realistic assessment of budget and the exact details of how all these things are going to work, and to provide some flexibility so that we don't have to destroy so much to get the result that we need.
Wanted an opportunity to share a few of the ideas that we have. We are proposing to have half of the street be parking, the other half be the restaurant orientation, but move the restaurant tables up onto the sidewalk as in most European cities, so that we would make another 12-foot promenade where the decks occur right now. So using a paving machine such as they do in Holland, you can be in and out of Forest Avenue in that one stretch. You can complete it in 1 week instead of 1 year. So these stores will be able to endure it. Instead of losing the stores, you save the stores, you improve the image. I encourage you to go see Lido Plaza and see how vibrant it is, see how quality it is when you come out with a brick street, and not only just do Forest, but go all the way up to the new village entrance sidewalk at the marketplace, connect it all up together.
Thank you. Appreciate it. That's the 4 minutes. I'll give you 10 seconds.
Thank you, Mayor. We're really here to ask you not to sign the death warrant for Lower Forest Avenue, that there's a win-win, there's an opportunity to gain the benefits from the promenade in ways that if we all work together, we'll find a better way forward.
Thank you. And then, so let's take all of the posters down, and thank you for that rebuttal. And okay, so now what I'm going to do is close the public testimony portion of the hearing. And then at this point, are there any questions of staff from the City Council? Councilmember Jones.
I'll start. I have a couple questions of staff and also just comments. Some of the things that I heard tonight, I really appreciate, and I think they're things that we should think about. How do we support businesses during construction? I think that's a critical point, something we need to pay a lot of attention to. I also heard what I believe to be a misperception that we are just looking for restaurants in this area. I want to make sure that we have a really robust mix of retail and restaurants, small businesses and restaurants. So I just want to put that out there. And then my question, I think that this is mostly for staff, and I'm sorry to put you guys on the spot here, but I'm interested in, is there an opportunity to explore a permanent closure of forests that would keep the curbs and gutters that might provide a lower price point? And is that something that we can just keep in our back pocket? Sorry, Tom.
No, that's okay. In response to the question of building a permanent promenade and keeping curb and gutter, so that was something that was looked at originally by RRM, and their concept looked at keeping the curb and gutter. It did pull it out in order to create larger sidewalks. But as far as doing that in an effort to lower the price point, as we looked at that, it tended to have the same cost because we were essentially replacing all of the same hardscape. So we would still be replacing new sidewalk, new curb and gutter, new pavement in the middle. Backbone infrastructure would typically be the same. So not to say it wouldn't save money, but it wouldn't be significant is what was determined. But there was a concept developed for that.
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, basically the existing layout is not functional for a permanent pedestrian street, so it would require redesign of the hardscape anyways.
Correct, and having the curb and gutter also created just a physical barrier, so you didn't have a flat plane, so it made it less usable space. But really, what was the dictating factor in needing to widen the curb out was just where the existing trees are. Keeping the curb and gutter where it is, it really limits the amount of walking space along the building frontages.
Okay, thank you. My last question is, I want to make sure that I understand the process here, because a lot of speakers, and I think reasonably, have said we don't know how much this is going to cost. It's my understanding that what we're talking about tonight is the concept, and that we will have an opportunity to look at the cost and make a decision as a council with public input as to whether or not we want to incur those costs. Am I understanding the process correctly?
Councilmember Jones-Yap, going to respond to that a little bit. That's it. Basically, it's hard to bid anything that's not the final design. We're not at final design here. It's also hard to bid at a moment in time when we don't know what supply issues will be. We don't know what tariff issues will be. We don't know what labor will be at the time we need to bid this. So we were reluctant to throw something out when we don't have that final that final landing place. But we will know that. Obviously, as I mentioned to you before, we would bring an item for you that was an actual responsive bid, hopefully a series of bids, and we would take the lowest quality bid there.
And would it be appropriate, and you can say no if that's the answer, would it be appropriate at that point to say, we as a council don't want to spend that much money on this project?
100% appropriate at that point. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jones. Do other council members have questions?
I'd like to clear up a couple of issues. The process was talked about here, and I think there's a little bit of confusion when council had asked the subcommittee to start to engage with the community, and the staff report touched on the various categories of folks that were involved with the whole process. And when they met with SWA, it was really for concept development. It wasn't to debate the merits of a hybrid approach or not a hybrid approach. That was the direction that council gave the subcommittee, was to specifically develop the concept. I just wanted to make that clear. There was a couple other, I thought maybe we could kind of go over the flood issue again. Would you mind just kind of giving us a recap of how you managed the flood analysis?
Yes, so the analysis that was prepared by SOMAS was looking at the existing and the proposed condition, and really making a determination if moving forward with this project would worsen the conditions. So a lot of the question that has come up has been why a 25-year flood versus looking at a 100-year flood. And so I can just clarify on that. Working
based off of the Orange County, both the Orange County local drainage manual and the Orange County flood control manual, design manuals. Their recommendation is that streets, highways are be designed to accommodate a 10-year flood and a 25-year flood. So when SOMAS started out on the effort, they looked at the numbers. They determined that the existing infrastructure that's in the roadway today accommodates the 25-year flood. So with that in mind, they ran the models. As I walked through, the drainage patterns themselves don't change drastically. So they ran through the models and found that there was not a significant difference. In relation to the 100-year flood, again, the two manuals I mentioned, the Orange County design manuals, refer to the 100-year flood as it relates to habitable structures. So looking, if there was a residential structure, buildings, if you were designing something of that type, it would be required to be built so that the floor elevation would be at least 1 foot above that 100-year flood. Now, to look at the FEMA flood insurance rate maps, again, those lay out where that 100-year flood is, and it is doing so in order to set flood insurance rates and show what's the likelihood of a flood in a 30-year mortgage period. So again, looking at the infrastructure that's in place, looking at the location, really the determination comes to analyzing it and making a determination whether the segment of roadway or the surrounding area is worse than the pre-project.
Thank you. And I believe that, and you were mentioning the hybrid approach. And from what I've heard in the past, and correct me if I'm mistaken as far as your opinion is concerned, a hybrid approach includes a travel lane or sharing the street with a car or maybe a widened sidewalk. Is that what your concept?
I
What-
think there's different kinds of hybrids. So one kind would be dealing with the time of day and having, for example, closing the street at 5 o'clock and having the outdoor dining in the evening, or closing it certain days of the week or weekends or holidays or whatever the program is, and then having the parking area available on other days. So that's one kind of hybrid. I think San Luis Obispo does something like that. They have a farmer's market on certain days. The other kind would be to designate part of the one side of the street for dining and the other side for parking, and you could still traverse the center lane, and you could have hedges around the edges so that, the people wouldn't be right next to the travel lane. And there's enough room there to have some ambiance still in that kind of alternative.
So you're saying it's your opinion that the folks that showed up or that we've heard about in various letters and, or I should say emails, are insinuating that they're possibly in favor of a shared street, not of exclusively
Right,
promenade use?
there was a wide range of the petition signers opposed the present course of action. Some just want the street back. There was a significant amount of that. And then there were others who said, we haven't looked at all the options. I'm sure there's other options. And so you were right in saying that when they had the focus groups, they were told only to develop the concept. And I think that's the frustration. See, we never had an opportunity to talk about these other options and the pros and cons of them. What Tom just talked about with the leaving the curbs, that was a very short episode. And Sheree came in and had a list of the reasons why this wouldn't work. And that was it. There was no real meeting, no real exploration of that concept. But it was a commitment initially by the council to have one of the options that was fully developed, keep the curbs in place. regarding Hallie's question about the costs, if you approve this tonight, they will go ahead and do working drawings. This is a very expensive process to do working drawings that you will be obligated to pay for.
So-
And to change the concept, when that's all done and you get bids, is very
I
difficult.
think we need to
Hold
limit
on.
this to
Are there any-
answering the questions that I'm asking.
Sorry,
Okay.
Lou, did you
Yeah, I
have
do.
another question?
Yeah, no, I lost my train of thought.
Oh, sorry.
So in years past, and I've had conversations with you and others, we've talked about various streets in town. And, I looked at some photos today of Forest Avenue in the past before there was curbs in the pavement. And we've had discussions regarding, down by Oak Street and all of the streets where there was a lot of arguments to be had when the neighbors were upset about the possibility of sidewalks and curbs going in. So you're more in favor of curbs and sidewalks here, but not so South Laguna, would you be in favor of curbs and sidewalks? Or why are we so
I
hung
think
up on
every-
curbs?
I-
Because there are streets in cities that just do not have curbs and gutters.
Right,
They go from door to door, brick, in quite a few areas.
yes.
So is it about,
It's because of the cost of taking those all out and then making it flat and then having the flooding issues that we're talking about. It just seems safer to leave that change in elevation. It will delay the flooding into those stores by that much. That's one part of it. And the other is the flexibility that offers to change how the space is used from time to time.
okay, thank you.
But other neighborhoods have other issues, So for example, in South Laguna, we don't have sidewalks, we don't have streetlights, we don't have curbs. But that's a whole different situation.
No, and I understand that.
We do have a community garden where people can gather. So this is not the only place people can gather in town.
Do you have any more questions?
That's it.
Okay,
Thank
those are your questions. Okay, good.
Just
Hold on,
one
no,
second.
hold on. We can't, sorry, so if there's a
It's
question.
relating to the same
No,
question.
if there's he asked the question to Ann, so we can't keep, I'm sorry, we have to have a process here, so I apologize. If you have a question for Brian, do you want to ask that question? Okay, so any other questions or from the city council? No questions from the city council. So I'm going to close the public hearing. Who wants to start with comments?
So how do you want to go through this? How do you want to go through this?
So the question is how we want to go through this. I think, why don't we speak at a high level and then we could have a motion that deals with the specifics. How does that sound to everyone? So do you want to start, Sue?
Yeah, I just have a few, so Mark and I have been working on this for a long time, so I don't have a lot of questions. I don't think anybody, people that were speaking here do not want to see the cars on the street. And I don't agree with, this is why we didn't pursue it, because having a hybrid model doesn't make a lot of sense to me, because who wants to be on a street where you have cars on one side? Somebody backs up. Okay, well, yeah. Thank you. It's rhetorical, yeah. Somebody backs up and backs into somebody having dinner. It's not a safe thing to do, and the street's not that wide. So we've done quite a bit of work on it. I was going to ask, so we've had some sort of preliminary discussions with Public Works, with Tom, about, just exactly what a construction project would look like on that. And do you want to talk about some of our ideas, or do you think that's premature? I'll leave it up to you guys.
Yeah, I can just speak big picture. What we've looked at really conceptually is that the project would be built in phases, where we would make all the efforts to keep all the businesses open. We've contemplated doing night work, so for instance, your loud demolition or very impactful operations, we may be able to do at night, so that the next morning businesses would be able to open. The contractor would be, for instance, putting bricks or planters, and so we would be staging that way. We've also talked about staging the project in so much as, a contractor can only remove a certain smaller portion. In other words, you can't go demolish the entire area. And so working in small chunks. So we've been looking at that. We've been discussing what options would be as far as how we could pre-qualify a contractor, somebody who, maybe has done significant amount of work in shopping centers around businesses that need to stay open. So that's kind of the high level. Until we have the plan laid out, we wouldn't have the exact detail.
Sue, I think it's worth noting that as we discussed last night, the city will be, in the not too distant future, be embarking on a sidewalk replacement plan in the downtown. So these sidewalks, not just on the promenade, will be coming out, and we will have to find solutions, to approach this, to have a minimum impact on the retailers we possibly can. But either way, the sidewalks are going to have to be replaced.
Further comments, Sue? No comments? Okay. Bob?
Well, first of all, I appreciate all the input tonight. I think it was, as you asked for, Mayor, respectful on both sides. Clearly, there's passion on both sides. And in the end, this part of what makes this difficult, right? You have to make a decision. You have to pick one side or the other. But we've been at this for a long time. We've been looking at it for many years. I think for a number of years now, council's been indicating that it wants, both this council and the prior council, it wanted to look at a permanent closure. Now, the appellants have made the case strongly that they wanted us to look at alternatives, and hybrid alternative in particular. But I think there have been multiple occasions on which this council has said, no, we want to look at a permanent closure. And I think even if you had studied it or spent more money to look at alternative designs, in the end, you're left with the choice, do you want cars there or not? And for myself personally, and I've said this before, I don't want to see cars there. I think it should be a permanent pedestrian plaza, and we need to move that forward. Now, what we have in front of us tonight really are just the entitlements. We don't have the final plans. We don't have all the details. So there could still be changes to all of that. But I'm ready to, and we've got some technical issues to work through here, right? Because this is an appeal. This isn't like we're just wholesaling, what we want to do. We're responding to appeals. But I'm glad that we got it all here one night. I think it was a good discussion. And then in the end, we have to listen to all the testimony and make a choice. And I think when we go through the technical aspects, I think I'm going to be determining that we deny the appeals and we uphold the Planning Commission action.
Thanks, Bob. Any other high-level input on just this concept as a whole, and then we'll get into the technical nature of what's before us. So Hallie, you want to say anything? Sue, you're good. Mark? Yeah, so I agree with many of the, first of all, I agree. I think this was a very good public input session. What I think is really, we all should be lucky to have in Laguna Beach is a community that cares, and we're never going to all agree on everything. And I think when you look at, in 2 years will be our 100th year anniversary, 2027. And, for me, I think that really demands a lot of reflection about how have we become this really unique and special place that we all love. And when I look at our history, what I see is a willingness to have vision and to really think differently about the world, and not just do things the way things have always been, but really think about what they could be. And I see the promenade as really consistent with our history. If we waited for unanimity on every issue, we wouldn't have Main Beach Park. So it wasn't a vote that led to a vote of the people that led to Main Beach Park. There were 2 votes of the people for a bond. Both of those were rejected. One by I think 1.5%, the other one by less than 1%. Ultimately, it was the Festival of the Arts lease payments that were able to be used to help make those payments. That's my understanding of the history there. The Montage, for example, that was like a 50-50 referendum that was very close. And you think about the Montage now, and it's one of the best things that's happened to our community in terms of creating revenue for our public works projects, in terms of, you know, creating a park, making a beach that was close to the public, open to the public. You know, that was divisive. The senior center, we didn't have a senior center in town. That was a very divisive project where people were against it till the end. And ultimately, I mean, if you talk to Elizabeth Pearson, she still has the scars to show it, that happened because we had vision and we were willing to move forward. So I really think that from a process standpoint, I'm not sure what more in terms of process would be acceptable. I think we have differences of opinion, and that's what makes Laguna Beach special. I want to commend, you know, Mayor Pro Tem Orgill and Councilmember Kemp for really going above and beyond and having so many meetings on this with different residents, including as part of the working group, people who were against the promenade. I think that's important. So I think that what we have before us is a plan that moves us forward, and it's time. It's, you know, it's time to stop. It's time to move forward, and I'm excited about it. And you know, to the speakers who said that there's more to do in terms of our downtown, in terms of, you know, making the city really achieve its true potential, I couldn't agree more with you. This is a step in the right direction, and then my hope is that a rising tide lifts all boats, and that's what I look forward to. And I look forward to collaborating with my colleagues up here on this, you know, as we move forward with this process to get this built, and with the community as a whole, because, you know, we're never always going to agree, but that's what makes Laguna Beach special. So with that, at a high level, I would be, as Councilmember Whalen said, I would be willing to, you know, so we can let's take each of the issues. Let's start with the appeal. And then we'll go to the slow streets, unless there's a reason why we should do it in the opposite
Would it
direction.
be helpful, Mr. Mayor, to put up the slide with the recommended action?
Yeah, why don't you do that?
Okay. Louis, on that. And as we do that, from Tom or Anthony or Jane or Louis, is there anything that you felt like was unaddressed that needs to be addressed for the record? Okay, thanks.
No, okay. So why don't we start with number 2 with the appeal? So does anyone want to provide any specifics about the appeal and the resolutions that are included in our packet, with the modifications presented here related to denial of the appeal and approval of the design review and the coastal development permit?
Well, we've got, you know, different standards. I think the staff report does a very good job of outlining the different standards. With respect to the design review component, there it was a 5-0 vote. So unless we find abuse of discretion or a failure to act in accordance with the law, you know, we would deny the appeal and uphold the action of the Planning Commission. And I think based on all the information in the staff report, you know, I don't see any abuse of discretion by the Planning Commission. So I think on that basis, the design review aspect is clearly, it's appropriate to deny the appeal. On the coastal development permits in CEQA, those are de novo. But again, I think the staff report has laid out that the conditions for the issuance of the coastal development permit in connection with the design review and the CEQA determination, you know, is supported by a preponderance of the evidence, and nothing new has been introduced tonight on those topics that would change the conclusion, I think, that was reached by the Planning Commission. So I think all the appropriate findings can be made to uphold the CEQA finding and the coastal development permit, and to deny the appeal.
Well said. Any discussion on that? No. Do you want to make a motion to that effect, Bob?
I would move recommended action 2.
I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, 5-0 related to recommended action 2 with the modifications. And you met as with those modifications on the slide here, Bob?
Yeah, as it appears on the slide.
Good.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, and then now let's take let's go to the recommendation 1 related to slow streets. Does anyone have any comments on that?
I just had one question for the city attorney, which is if you look at the resolution, and this is designating it as a slow street, and you go to section 4, which is the, on page 22 of the staff report. So we're approving the city manager or his designee, their designation of Lower Forest as a slow street for closure. Obviously, there's a timing question involved. We're not going to make a permanent closure tomorrow. There's a lot more to go in this process. Do we need to say anything here beyond this, or have you thought about that?
Yeah, council member, thank you for the question. So as drafted, the slow street would become a slow street upon the adoption of the resolution. If you want to add a timing component so that it doesn't become a slow street until for example, the construction contract has been awarded, sort of to Councilmember Jones' prior point as well, that, you don't know yet the cost. And so that will give you some latitude to not effectively close this street as a slow street until you get to the point of determining post bid whether you'd proceed because of the cost. Then I think we could say in section 4, I would say the city council approves the city manager or designee designation of Lower Forest as a slow street for closure to vehicular traffic. And then we would add and authorizes the closure of the street as a slow street upon the award of a construction contract for improvements, comma, and authorizes and finishes the section. So we would add that the authorization for the slow street is to close the street is upon the award of the construction for a construction contract.
Makes sense to me.
There's no trade-off from a legal perspective of waiting to do that.
The resolution will become effective immediately still. We're not changing the effectiveness. It's just in terms of the timing of when it will become when it will be closed as a slow street is just the waiting for the construction contract, and legally, because it's becoming effective immediately upon your adoption, I don't see a distinction there.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions related to the slow street issue?
So I'd move then recommended action number 1 with that language addition the city attorney just read into the record for section 4.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
And then Megan, would we need related to recommendation 3 that proposed actions are statutory?
Yeah, we'd like you to make that motion as well.
And then pursuant to what's reflected in the staff reports related to this, I would find that the proposed actions are statutorily exempt from review under the California Environmental Quality Act under Public Resources Code section 21080.25B.
Second.
Okay, all in favor of that?
Aye.
Aye. Good. Anything else on this item? You have clear direction, Mr. City Manager?
I do. Thank you.
Good. Okay, well, thanks everyone for participating. Good meeting. And yeah, so thank you.
Let the record show too that I just invited Ash back from O2, and I said, how about 650? So
Wow.
there you nailed it. I almost will never get that right.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Good job. Thanks, Jeremy.
Is that her?
I don't know. Testing. Okay, there we go. So if everyone could please, we have 2 more items on our agenda. So if you could please take the conversations outside, that would be great. So we can, get to those 2 items and go from there. Okay, so now we have another public hearing. This is appeal B related to a public hearing for city council review of planning commission approval of the temporary use permit for a parklet at Auto Sushi. And so why don't you, Mark, do you want to start on this?
Yeah, can we have Ash come up now, or how do you want to do this?
Well, why don't you say some,
Okay,
so
I originally called this issue up. We resolved the only reason that I called this up was so we could have the discussion on policy that we had last night. So we resolved that, and so really there's no other issues to deal with tonight.
So do you want me to open the public hearing, and is there something that you want to ask?
Yeah.
her? Okay, so I'm going to open the public hearing, and then would you like to come up to the dais, Ash, and Hi.
So I just wanted to say, Ash, I really appreciate you've been a great sport, and I'm sorry you got stuck in the middle of this, and we at least had the opportunity to meet. And I'd like to give you a quick plug, if I may, that I was so impressed with your professionalism and the work that you've done on your new store. And I just want to say congratulations and welcome to the business in Laguna Beach. And again, I really appreciate your understanding what was behind this. And thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Okay.
I'm excited.
Thank you. So let's, so do we need a staff presentation on this item, or why don't we or should we open the public testimony on this and see? Because there's no appellant besides Mark, unless you want to provide. Are you going to ask for more time too to speak?
No.
No, okay. So then what I'm going to do is open public testimony on this item. Is there anyone who would like to speak on this item? It sounds like the appellant, which is Mark Orgill, is calling for this to be, wants to rescind the appeal and, have this parklet be approved. So if there's any public testimony, now is your time to line up and provide that to the council. Okay, I see one of our planning commissioners coming.
I'll make this brief. George Dubin. I will speak as a planning commissioner at the moment. That the applicant did come to us several months ago with the concept of replacing what was there with the prior restaurant that was there. They did have a parklet in that space, and she requested that she would be allowed to, through a temporary use permit process, place one there. And she was made aware that this program was going to sunset January 1, 2026, and was willing to go ahead with the expense to place it there anyways, primarily for the summer, fall season of her restaurant, knowing that she would potentially have to dismantle it at the beginning of the new year. So there was no big discussion about that. We did discuss a little bit about the logistics of it, and the potential of running electrical out there and those kind of trip hazards and all that stuff. So it was well reviewed by the commission. We approved the temporary use permit under the caveat that it would have to be removed potentially in 6 months or so.
Mhm.
So that's about it. I just wanted to give a little background for the council. So
Good. Thank you. That answers a lot of questions before we thank you. Any other public testimony on this item? Seeing none, I'm going to give the applicant, you have 5 minutes for a presentation. Do you want to say anything? No? Okay, good. And then no rebuttal?
No rebuttal.
Okay.
Just, again, and maybe there was a better way I could have gone about it, but when I drove past, or when I discovered that there was going to be a parklet there, I thought, we really should get our arms around this and come up with the long-term strategy on how to deal with these in the future. That's what we achieved last night. So again, thank you for talking to me and working through this with me.
Okay, good.
I just had one.
Oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead. Go
Oh,
ahead.
no, that I actually appreciate this whole process and meeting with you and being able to learn more about the beautification and the future of Laguna. And I'm really excited for what's to come for everything. So thank you. It definitely brought a lot more patience and enlightenment to it. So I'm excited. So thank you for that.
What a positive spin.
I've eaten at your place twice as good.
It is.
It's really
Thank
good.
you.
Yeah,
Okay.
you did a good job with it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Whalen has a question.
No, and so physically, how does, we installed the original parklets, the other parklets, the house is going to get built.
I don't know.
You're going to do it?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, a construction company here who's built some of the other ones will be building it.
Okay.
Yes.
Good. Do you have your permit? You will tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow. Yes.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to close I'm going to close the public hearing on this item, and I'm going to bring this back to council. And any comments from council, or does somebody want to make a motion? I think could we just
Move the recommended action, right?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thanks, everyone.
As we close that one, Mr. Mayor, I wanted to thank the community development team. This was an instance where they were willing, along with the city attorney, to have Ash process her building permit concurrently with
great.
the consideration of the appeal at her risk. So hopefully we'll get the permit issued a little faster.
So is the building permit ready to go, Matt? Oh, it is. Good.
So we saved like 7 or 8 days. So
Yeah, that's great to see.
really appreciate the community development team.
Good. Okay. Okay, that's it. So thank you, everyone. And now we are going to consider Appeal C, which is related to a public hearing for city council review of planning commission approval for design review at 31796 Coast Highway for the City of Laguna Beach Fire Station number 4. And this was reviewed pursuant to the powers of the city manager brought this up for review because of the importance of this item. So do we have so I'm going to open the item, and then are there any ex parte disclosures of council members?
No.
No.
Bob?
No.
Mark? Okay, I met with several of I met with all 3 of the affected neighbors, and but nothing from those conversations was beyond what was available in the staff report and all the evidence on this in the record here. So, okay, so Tom Perez, do you want to start us off?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and council members. Tonight, I'm presenting for Appeal C, which is a design review 25-0261 for the fire station number 4 at 31796 Coast Highway. The project is within the South Laguna Village Commercial Zone. The proposed project is to construct a fire station which would house 3 full-time firefighters and 2 ambulance operators. The design does account for future growth of housing a potential 4th full-time firefighter. Looking at the site design, the site access is off of 5th Avenue for coming into the site. So all emergency vehicles will enter the site from 5th Avenue. The employees will enter and exit the site from 5th Avenue. And the Coast Highway access will be for the emergency vehicles exiting the site. The proposed project is a total building size of 8,367 square feet. We have a setback of 5 feet 4 inches from 5th Avenue, and we have a 55-foot 7-inch setback from Virginia Way and a 12-foot 4-inch setback on the northerly property line. And I will add the caveat that with the conditional approval from the Planning Commission, if the building were to move, the setback on the northerly property line would be 7 feet, 4 inches. All other setbacks would remain the same. And then we have the 10-foot setback along Coast Highway. And to account for staffing and shift change, we have accommodated by providing 10 parking spaces on the site. The building, as shown along the frontage, we would have the front entrance into the building, the apparatus bays for exiting the site would be along the front. Just this Monday, the Arts Commission looked at the corner of the property and determined to move forward with public art at that location. I don't know if that was, sorry. On the Fifth Avenue side, we would have a door into the electrical and communication rooms, and we would also have the entrance into the 2 public restrooms at the site. The rear of the building is secured with a iron and wood gate around the property and a large retaining wall on the northerly property line. The proposed project offered a CMU split face block wall for the retaining walls and other walls on the property. The front of the building included wood siding. So at the deck and some accents along the front, we were proposing wood siding. We also proposed concrete panels to add some accents on the side and along the front of the building. The remainder of the building would be plaster finish with the various colors shown. And then along the northerly side of the building and then the front fascia, we included a metal fascia that would act to provide some character to the building, and that would be a simulated rusted metal finish on that metal. And the proposed signage identifying the site as Fire Station 4 would be a 12-inch aluminum font. The project has been before the City Council in the past. Previous actions taken by the City Council will go back to September of 2022 when the City Council approved the property acquisition for construction of a fire station. Following that, in November of 2022, the City Council adopted an initial study and mitigated negative declaration, which contemplated a fire station on this site, meeting the parameters of the building that's laid out today. And then in July of 2023, the City Council awarded a design contract to PBK to move forward with design of the building. Through the development of the project, there's been multiple public outreach meetings. In October of 23, we held a small South Laguna resident meeting where we met at the existing Fire Station 4. We had 7 attendees, and we listened and heard some of the concerns. We also explained some of the constraints with the existing building and explained why we were needing to go to a bigger building. Out of that meeting, actually, we changed the layout and the location of the building to make a significant improvement to the view corridors in the area. So that was the biggest outcome of that meeting. Then in September 2024, we held an outreach meeting where we had about 30 attendees, and that's where we rolled out the new building location and kind of what that building was starting to shape up as. And so we received additional feedback, and then we took that and moved the design forward. In April 2025, following the Planning Commission meeting, we held an on-site outreach meeting where we had approximately 50 members of the public show up. At that meeting, we kind of informal, answered questions, heard from folks. We also, in that meeting, we set up easels with pictures, and we had the opportunity for the attendees to show what type of design they preferred. And that's where we were able to identify a drawing that was prepared by local architect Morris Skandarian, and that became then the design inspiration for what was presented to Planning Commission. Between that time and before the project went to Planning Commission, we had 4 working group meetings where we met with the immediately adjacent property owners, the Planning Commission working group, which included Commissioners Goldman and Dubin. And there were additional South Laguna residents, and as I mentioned, Morris Skandarian was also a part of those meetings. So those meetings set the foundation for what was brought back to the Planning Commission. So with that in mind, moving on to previous Planning Commission hearings. On March 2025, the project was presented to the Planning Commission. At that time, they continued the meeting to May 21st and established the working group, as I mentioned, with Commissioners Dubin and Goldman, and tasked us with doing a significant outreach effort in that 60-day timeframe. So the project then was brought back to the Planning Commission on May 21st, 2025. At that time, the project was conditionally approved, and the conditions were to reduce the building height at least 1 foot. As proposed, the proposed building, the highest point of the building is 26 feet. So the conditional approval would be making that a 25-foot height. That was a hard number given to us with encouragement to go above and beyond the 1 foot if possible, but maintaining 9-foot ceiling spaces for the site. The other condition was to shift the building 5 feet towards the north. That doing so would eliminate the 3-foot walkway between the retaining wall and the building, and move the retaining wall 2 feet north, and then move the building 5 feet. And so the exterior wall of the building would coincide with the retaining wall. In addition, the conditional approval included a requirement to return to the Planning Commission with the color and material board and a revised landscape plan. And one of the reasons for bringing the landscape plan back to the Planning Commission, the discussion was at the time, the Arts Commission or the Arts staff had asked me to leave some leeway to have the artists be able to control what that landscape and the art looked like at the corner so that they could act cohesively together. And there was some consensus on that. And so then the condition was to come back at a later time with the landscape plan. The required entitlements for this building include the design review, the coastal development permit, a conditional use permit, a sign permit, and then a finding that no subsequent environmental review was needed. And because it's on this slide, just wanted to highlight the dots show what the community members chose as the design inspiration. So I put that against the proposed structure. So following the conditional approval, the city manager requested the plan be called up to the city council for review. This call up does not request or take any position on the project application or the outcome, but it seeks the city council's consideration on the design review. And we want to do this in order to ensure continued progress on the project and moving this important public works infrastructure forward. And this request does comply with the Laguna Beach Municipal Code requirements. With that, I am going to turn the presentation over to Shweta to discuss the CEQA briefly.
Good evening, Shweta Sharma, Senior Planner with the Community Development Department, presenting. The requirements from our CEQA guidelines stipulate that additional recirculation of initial study is required only when there is a possibility of substantial changes that could require major revisions to the previous negative declaration that would involve new significant environmental effects or a substantial increase in the severity of the previously identified significant effects, substantial changes that would occur with respect to the circumstances under which the project is undertaken that would require major revisions to the negative declaration and involve new significant environmental effects or a substantial increase in the severity of previously identified significant effects. And if there is new information of substantial importance, which was not known and could not have been known with the exercise of reasonable diligence at the time that the negative declaration was adopted. The project will have one or more significant effects not discussed in the previous negative declaration. The significant effects would be substantially more severe, or the mitigation measures are found to be not feasible, or their mitigation measure alternatives, which are considerably different than those that were analyzed in the previous CEQA document. None of those apply to this evening's project. The component that has changed is the egress would be from Virginia Way, ingress and egress from employees, and then egress off of Coast Highway for the fire trucks. Previously, the ingress was from Coast Highway. The previous initial study that was adopted by the City Council had presumed that the employee trips would also be ingressing off of Coast Highway. So there is actually a reduction of the traffic trips that will be generated as a result of this project, where those are now being, the ingress and egress for employee trips will be off of Virginia Way. Previously, the fire truck trips would be egressing from Coast Highway, and now they will be ingressing. So the number of trips remains the same off of Coast Highway. In addition, the transportation impacts that were evaluated for the project take into consideration existing baseline conditions, which remain fundamentally the same as this fire station would replace the existing fire station that's located 600 feet away. So the roadway capacity trip generation is essentially unchanged from the new proposal. The project does not conflict with any of the programs, and there would be a less than significant impact. The project does not conflict with CEQA guidelines 15064.3 regarding vehicle miles traveled. The state's land use and climate innovation requirements is as long as there are less than 110 trips generated, it is assumed to be a less than significant impact on the environment. And as discussed, the fire station would have a generation of 3 fire truck trips and about 20 employee trips, which would fall below that threshold and would subsequently be less than significant impact. The fire station would not substantially increase hazards due to the design feature because the site access would go through building plan check and conform with access requirements. And it would not result in inadequate emergency access. And as such, there would not be any new environmental impacts from the adjustment to egress off of Coast Highway for the fire trucks.
Very comprehensive CEQA analysis. Thank you. And does, to Mr. Donegan, does the city attorney's office agree with that CEQA analysis?
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Other parts of the presentation, Tom, or can I ask a question?
Just walking through the council options.
Oh, go ahead.
So just real briefly, the options tonight are to uphold the Planning Commission conditional approval, again, focused on design review. The option would be, an alternate would be to uphold the planning condition approval of design review, but include more restrictive conditions of approval. The council could direct staff to return at a future meeting with the resolution overturning the planning commission decision, or the city council could direct staff to return at a future meeting with the resolution remanding the design review to planning commission. The staff recommendation is to uphold the planning commission's approval, consider modifying the condition relating to the landscape plans returned to planning commission, and to consider approving a more restrictive condition for a specific landscaping plan. At this time, that eliminates the need to return to planning commission.
Got it. So thank you, Tom. And so I think it might be helpful to just walk through each of the conditions and hear staff's perspective on them, before we hear the public input. So as it relates to the building site design and eliminating the windows on the lower floors, I just want to clarify that there will still be a window for the kitchen. It'll just be that there won't be two windows.
Correct. So there would still be the windows on the coast highway frontage.
Okay. And then the building height and massing, if we were to go with the planning commission condition of at least 1 foot, because I asked for that information and you provided it to the whole council about the the fire stations that are not without the 9 foot floor to ceiling. And are you confident that if we were to accept the planning commission's recommendation of a 1 foot reduction, that we would still be able to ensure that we are, just like all the other new fire stations, providing at least a 9 foot floor to ceiling height?
Yes, in the weeks since the planning commission meeting, our architect has been working with the engineer, and we feel confident we can hold the 9 foot ceilings and find structural changes that would reduce a foot.
Great. So we're not going to have a substandard fire station relative to other new fire stations in Orange County that's less than 9 feet.
Correct.
For each floor. Good. Okay. Thank you. And then the landscape plan. So if you want to go back to the slide with the recommendations related to staff, it sounds like what your recommendation is to approve the landscape. Can you help me understand why you want to modify this condition related to the landscape plan and sort of, what the basis behind staff's recommendation there?
Mr. Mayor, I think that we think it's important, of course, to get the planning commission's input, but in order to avoid another appealable action, we would recommend that consultation with the planning commission and then giving the city manager designee the final decision-making authority helps to avoid that issue and to ultimately to avoid a slowdown of the project.
So but there's nothing to stop the city manager from being able to go and meet with the subcommittee from the planning commission and incorporate input there. Is that how you're thinking about the
That's
state?
how I was thinking about that.
Right. So we're still going to be able to get the input, but what we're going to be able to do is make it so that we don't have another appealable action that could delay this process for a badly needed fire station.
That's right.
Got it. And then I guess that's the only recommend. And then the colors and materials board do you have that same issue? So
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
So when you say landscaping plan, you're saying landscaping plan and colors and materials board.
Correct.
And both of those things would be, could be modified by the city manager, and he would,
consult
through his wisdom, consult the ad hoc committee from the planning commission, and ultimately you would make that decision.
Right.
Got it. Thank you. Other questions?
Go ahead.
Just have a couple questions. One is, so I think, Tom, I sent you, Morris Skandarian sent us a list of things for consideration. Did you have a chance to look at those?
Yes.
Yeah. So in particular, the doors. Do you want to give us a little feedback on what I sent over to you?
Sure. So in looking at the comments that came from Morris, there were some that we've already looked at and we're not proposing to do so, things that would change the design of the building. So one of the comments was to lower the restroom height to 8 foot and change the roof lines in that area. So we were not moving forward with that. We also saw some comments in there that had to do with things I spoke to the metal fascia and changing the thickness. Those are that's something that could easily be accomplished. We'd be happy to accommodate. Looking at the apparatus bay doors. So the apparatus, just brief history on the doors. The original proposal was to have the latest, greatest is a high-speed opening rolling door. It was pretty neat. They open within seconds, go up. After a lot of conversation with our firefighters, we found their preference to be the bifold doors. So moving forward, also looking at the design, just the aesthetic of those doors, I think there was consensus that the bifold doors provide a good look. So in Morris's email, he provided some different door styles that were more glass than metal. Again, we're not opposed to changing the door colors, door types. If that's the type of thing we can work through with that, with the finish schedule with the city manager, I think that's easily accommodated. Again, he talked again about moving the building, which we've already discussed. The lower building heights. Those were the majority. Some discussion from him as far as, and I don't know, maybe we just didn't really discuss it, but what the retaining wall would look like, and or as far as the height of the retaining wall and the area between the retaining wall and the adjacent property owner. So Morris's proposal is that the area would be flat and that we would install, a fence or rail for fall protection. That was always included in the plan. So at the top because it is going to be a very tall wall, at the top of the wall, there would be a rail so that somebody wouldn't, whether it's a maintenance person, our neighbor, anyone wouldn't fall from that. So that's standard. That was planned. And we plan to landscape that area. So I think in general, just overarching on the comments from Morris, I think the majority can be accomplished so long as maybe the two big caveats, they do not impact the 9-foot ceiling height, and that they don't make a significant change to the building layout.
I really appreciate having somebody with Morris's expertise and familiarity with Laguna style involved in this project. So thank you, Morris. Would it be possible for you guys, as part of this kind of final design conversations, could you sit down with Morris and just go through these things one by one and get his feedback on how to make the building look as Laguna-ish as possible while also maintaining maximum functionality?
Sure, yes.
I think that would be great.
And then I was looking, I can't find it in here, but I think I read the landscape plans going back to planning commission, right?
That was the condition.
That was the condition. Yeah. Okay. Got it.
That's what they want to modify.
So I just want to make sure, I think the trees are going to be planted on Coast Highway, or I can't remember. Is that where it was? I just want to make sure, no, we don't get any view blocking trees planted there.
Yes, so that the first time the project went to the planning commission, there were trees around the perimeter, and we heard loud and clear from the surrounding residents not to have trees that would block views. So we eliminated the trees on the northerly property line. We eliminated the trees along Virginia Way and along Fifth Avenue. And the other thing I'll say about trees is that the Arts Commission felt strongly that we should not have a tree at the corner because they wanted the focus to be on the public art. So we would be left with trees along the Coast Highway frontage.
Okay, good. Any other questions for staff? Councilor Whalen.
I just want to make sure I'm clear on this shifting the building north, because I don't think the renderings were updated, but basically the building now is attached or would be attached to the retaining wall. There'd be no space.
Correct.
And then to the north of that, there's still, I think your first slide, there's still like 5.5 feet of setback on the northerly side.
To the property line?
To the
Yes.
property line. Yeah. So what do we lose by attaching it, window
Yeah, we lose the opportunity to have windows on the side of the building that would bring the natural light into the building. And then also one of the concerns that we raised in one of the discussions with our architect and other architects in the industry is just the potential for long-term water intrusion into the buildings. So, we'll include waterproofing in the design, that's a given. But just long-term, this could be something, 15, 20 years down the road that there could be a potential issue. It does, I'll say it does not affect, we look very closely if it would affect any of the operations at the site, and we feel it will not.
So the windows that are lost are what I think the mayor said that in the kitchen, one of the side window, or the side window would be gone. Were there other rooms that were impacted?
Yes, so the rooms that would lose windows would be the kitchen, the multi-purpose room, which is on the first floor, and then the day room on the second floor. So that multi-purpose room is really like their training room. The day room is where, they spend most of their time. But all of the bunks, all of the bunk rooms will have windows.
So the day room has windows on Coast Highway or no windows?
No windows at all.
How could
Okay,
it be a day room
thank
with
you.
no windows?
Well, yeah. Other questions? Okay, no more questions. So what I think, let's open public testimony on this item, and then the applicant, you've already given your presentation, so I think that's good. And then what we're going to do is just, I'm going to have, because I think it's really not a clear binary choice of in support or in opposition. So why don't I just give, if you would like to provide public input on this, well, I'll give you 3 minutes to do so. So please, if you want to provide public input, now is your time. 3 minutes.
Hi, Matt Lawson. I think I've grown old talking about this fire station. It's been now 35 months since we knew and it became public, and Bob will remember it, I'm sure, as will the fire chief. On July 11th of 22, we found out officially from Public Works that we did not have a single public safety facility. In fact, no public facility owned by the city that was could be construed as being highly likely to remain operational following a major seismic incident. Obviously, that's an unacceptable situation. I think we just need to get this thing moving as quickly as possible. I think that Public Works is to be commended for moving forward with this. They did a tremendous amount of public outreach. Obviously, they work closely with the fire department. I think the fire department, too, is to be commended with working very diligently to move this forward. I think from a process standpoint in the future, because this may not be the only public safety station that we need to rebuild or revise, update considerably, because we were in that situation for all of our public safety facilities, we might want to consider bringing this to Planning Commission in some kind of a concept review. I think we might have been able to save a little time with that. I'll defer to people who know more about this than I do. But that strikes me as something that we might have been able to do to get all the public input on the record, get the input from planning commissioners on the record, and do it in a fairly structured manner. I think that when this first came to Planning Commission, they only really had a few days to look the whole thing over. And this is a major public facility. It's going to have a significant impact. We certainly want to thank Morris for his willingness to volunteer to help out from an aesthetic standpoint to the extent that it can be more attractive. I think that's great. Obviously, it's got to function as a fire station. It's got to meet the requirements of our fire department from a public safety standpoint. But anything we can do to expedite the process, to regularize this process, to take some of the burden off of Public Works, which I view as our fourth public safety agency. I see Chief McAvoy over there. I think it's very important that we do that to make this as expeditious a process as possible. It's essential. We just have to do it and do it quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
I put my glasses on so I look more intelligent. when the project first was presented as Planning Commission, we were not given a chance to have a concept review, and I think we've discussed that at length to correct that in the future on future major public works projects. But for the 60 days that we had to basically go through a pretty major redesign process, we did meet a lot with Tom and his crew, as well as the architect, neighbors. You've heard all that outlined. I also personally met with Chief King and Battalion Chief Hill to ask them questions about functionality to make sure we weren't throwing a wrench into the works to, things like the bifold doors were brought up, other things about ceiling heights and whatnot, and just to make sure that we weren't designing functionality out of the project. So that's something that did happen over the course of the 60-day redesign process. As far as the landscape plan, one of the things that when we mentioned moving the building north 5 feet, we did that with the exception of the workout room, which is on the Fifth Avenue side of the building, in order to create a little more articulation there, which would allow the potential for a tree to be placed in that little articulated corner. I know Commissioner Whiten, who is sort of our resident landscape expert, really was pretty adamant about wanting the landscape plan and the materials to come back to the commission. We're not interested in slowing the process down. Obviously, that's not, we moved it forward with conditioned so that the project could move forward. So I don't know how the council wants to deal with that particular situation.
George, can I ask a question about that? So you guys provided input on the landscaping plan, but the idea to have it come back, or there's no input
There
at all
was
provided?
no landscape plan.
There was no landscape plan.
That was part of, well, I mean, there might have been a vague one, but there wasn't
Got
an
it.
actual, this is the type of tree or shrub or whatever. That was not.
I
That
see.
was not.
Got it. Thank you.
So, yeah, so anyways, I mean, that could be potentially worked out with a ad hoc committee, working with Dave and obviously Tom and whoever else needs to be involved in that. But that's something that, you should think about. I mean, if you would prefer to do it that way in order to not have to create another full review of Planning Commission, that's your choice. I just wanted to give a little history as to that. Yeah, as far as materials, we only saw what you've seen in the staff report. We didn't have an actual physical materials board presented to us, and that was again something that potentially we would like to see, so we know what we're getting there. But that could again be handled potentially from an ad hoc committee working with city staff to approve materials for the building. So that's really my only comments. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any. So thank you.
Any questions?
I just want to thank you for the work you did during the 60-day. I guess you and Commissioner Goldman, thanks for doing that.
Yeah, thank you.
And you did come across very intelligently.
Yeah, do you wear those glasses at the meeting, George?
It's always very wise. Can you please hand this out? I just wanted to present the letter from Village Laguna and also this document here with what happened with the design. Look at the side that has the pictures on it, because it illustrates what we've been through with this project. The top picture is the drawing that Morris suggested back in 2000, when we had that first meeting at the 2023, I think it was, at the fire station. And that was an inspiration that we handed to Public Works and the architect as to a building that we thought would fit in well. So then their reaction to that was the second drawing. And I see no resemblance between those two ideas at all. Then the next drawing is a sketch that Morris did to try to make the present submittal look better. And then at the bottom, you see their response to that. And they don't seem to get how to design things that fit in. I'm sorry. Even with specific examples to guide them. So this is very discouraging. And then they come to the Planning Commission meeting with an incomplete submittal, without a materials board, which any applicant would be required to have, and with a finished landscape plan. And if there's supposed to be adjustments to the building, the Planning Commission should see them before they pass them on. It's not right that the Planning Commission is being pressured and the public is being pressured to move things forward when the fire department and the Public Works spent a whole year in private before they ever met with us with a design. That's where the delay was. It wasn't because of us, or it wasn't because of the Planning Commission, but now the design is supposed to be sacrificed because we're suddenly in a hurry. And we kept reminding the council, when is the public meeting going to be? When are we going to work with the Public Works Department? Because we didn't want this to happen. And so I really recommend against voiding the Planning Commission's conditions. We didn't review the landscape plan at all in the public meetings. And we talked about board form concrete and copper, which is a huge different look than hardy board and imitation rust finish. I mean, we need to see these things. We can't just say it's going to be worked out in the city manager's office. That's not fair.
Thank you.
So please don't give in. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
You should go out, but I'll speak first. Hi, everyone. I'm Kathy Yerka. I took pity on Anne because she had 2 letters to read. And so I'm communicating on behalf of South Laguna Civic Association, their comments, and I am a member, so this seems not inappropriate. Here for concept review. I think that if there had been a more robust process, including a real community meeting back in, like a noticed public meeting back in 2023, instead of, if you don't notice it, you get 7 people attending. I think that would have really helped. Not just residents feel better about the fire station, but the Planning Commission feel better about the fire station. I don't know if you've watched the hearing. You probably read the report in the Stu News, and I don't think I've ever seen a project as reviled as this one and passed as reluctantly because it's a fire station and people want to move it forward. And it's really a shame because functionality and design can go together. And also because Morris really had stepped up and tried to get the project on track. I think that this is a very, very prominent location in South Laguna. And I think that if you decide tonight, well, the Planning Commission doesn't need to look at the materials. It can be done sort of with a city manager and an ad hoc committee, and Morris can make changes, which I think would be good, but that can't happen without taking this to a commission. And same with the landscaping. As Anne pointed out, it's an incomplete submittal. It shouldn't really have been considered without these elements. I find it really hard to believe that there is going to be an appeal of landscaping or an appeal of materials, but do a good job and there won't be. And it's possible that you could get the Planning Commission to be more excited about it, not to approve it reluctantly, which was the nice word that the Stu News used to describe it. But I think especially there's so many people feel that South Laguna kind of doesn't get its fair share of council's attention or money. And I think the last thing you want to do for a project of this magnitude is to say the Planning Commission said that you need to come back and do these things, but we've decided that doesn't need to happen. I really think that you should treat this important project with the seriousness that it deserves. And I ended up not reading these comments at all, so I'm really sorry, but it's kind of the gist. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. First of all, I've been an architect for 60 years, 50 of which are in Laguna, and I know nothing about fire stations. So I don't profess to be a fire station designer, but I do know design and neighborhood compatibility, and I think that's why I got involved in this as an opportunity to help the architect and the community make this better. It's a very visible building on a prominent corner in South Laguna, and South Laguna deserves good architecture just as much as our main part of town. I would commend the architect for listening to some of the changes I proposed, and those changes got incorporated into the final approval with the Planning Commission, but I think it could go a little bit farther, and I think Tom brought up some of the other items that I added to that after the hearing that I would suggest to help make it better. I think I gave that to city manager as well as all of you, and maybe all of them don't need to be considered, but I think if there's room for them to be considered, I think it would make a better project. A couple of primary areas was the moving of the building north 5 feet from where it is, leaving the workout room where it is at 5 feet from Fifth Avenue so that it can be 5 feet bigger, but the main building would move further north. And I think to Bob's question, right now the building is 12 feet from the property line, and then at the property line, the neighbor's building is 3 feet away, so there's 15 feet between the two. But what concerns me is the canyon effect that has been created by the excavation of this property in the past, and that with the design, that canyon would remain. So my proposal was move the building 5 feet north, level up, fill the canyon, let the building retaining wall be the retaining wall. So we don't have two retaining walls with a slot in between. I think the waterproofing technology these days, waterproofing is done downtown Los Angeles, 4 or 5 foot stories of parking garages below. The technology will last for 50 years, not 10 or 15 years. So I don't think you have to worry about that. In terms of the windows, if there are rooms that require more lighting, I think you can do it with skylights just as easily as windows. And I think light going in that direction to the neighbor's property would be a detriment to him. And I think the windows on the front and the back of the building are sufficient. I'm okay with the 9-foot ceilings. I think I prefer that if that's possible, but I think there's some room for lowering the building a little bit more. One last thing, if I could. The bathrooms are very small rooms. An 8-foot ceiling in the bathrooms are no big deal. They don't have to be 9 feet. So hence, per Steve Kellenberg's comment about the Fifth Avenue section of the building that looks like it's a trailer attached on to the 2 higher levels, that lower level should be treated the same way. And I think it could be done if those ceilings were lowered to 8 feet. Not the workout room. The workout room stays at a 10-foot ceiling, but the bathrooms drop to an 8-foot ceiling. And in my sketch, it shows how those 3 roofs layer down. I remain available for questions if you have any. Otherwise, I fully support moving forward. I like the idea of the ad hoc committee and not having repeated returns for redesigning. The landscape plan was very weak, if non-existent, and I think that should come back to somebody.
And so,
Thank you.
Morris, are you suggesting that it sounds like you always are willing to help Laguna Beach? So it sounds like you are willing to help support the effort of the landscape plan with the city manager.
No, absolutely.
And so you think,
I'm not a landscape architect, but Susan Whiten is.
but with the colors and material board and
Yeah.
that, so you think
There's
that's
enough-
sufficient?
I mean,
Okay.
there's enough talent here that I
Good.
think.
So would that include revisiting the board formed concrete? Are you considering that in the materials? What can you?
I'm not
document it?
sure, because I didn't get in that deep into the design of the project. I'm not sure whether the board form concrete is an appropriate solution. Maybe there's others. Maybe it's a chiseled concrete block. I don't know, some kind of a textured material versus just smooth stucco. The other thing I had proposed was the garage doors. There were some issues about what kind of doors those should be. I think if the fire department believes the bifold doors are the best doors, but my concern was those doors are so big, they're 14 feet high and 14 feet wide, to minimize them with color. So dark, make them glass so you get light inside the truck bays, but from the street, you don't have this solid appearance of block, and it'll reduce the mass of the building considerably.
Ann mentioned hardy board and stucco over hardy board. Is that what you recall?
Of the initial design, there was a lot of that, yeah. So I don't know what the final, where we are now, because it happened so fast and I needed to get my thoughts together. I didn't get down into the second levels of detailing.
And you know that usually has a look of a prefab building that.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would really
It's too
hate
light.
to see
I
that
think this
happen.
building is heavy. It needs to have a foreground. It needs to be, and I think the moving of the building will give it that foreground, and deference to George Dubin's comment about the art piece on the corner. Now there's more room for that. There's room for benches. There's room for people to hang out there. Anyway, thank you. I'm available if you want.
Thank you, Morris.
My name is Gigi Force. I'm the neighbor at 31792 Coast Highway, directly north of the proposed project. Thank you, council members, mayor, and future senator over there for hearing us today. And thank you again for taking the time to come visit my home the other day. It meant a lot. So once upon a time, there was a beautiful, charming city that had a huge need for a new fire department. And unfortunately, it took a turn and was planned in secret for years, and then became thrust back upon, the commission and the neighborhood to play catch up really quick. And so here we are. I don't need to litigate any of the past shortfalls or shortcomings. Everyone else has done that. But for me and my little piece of it over there, I'm very thankful for the commission and for you to allow us this opportunity to try to rectify some of the shortcomings and make it something that is such, if it was set back a few blocks, it wouldn't matter as much what it looked like to a lot of people. But anybody who's driven north on PCH coming around that corner past the hospital, that's the first thing you see in South Laguna, period. It's really got to be special. Materials board, I can't believe that still we haven't had one. It would seem fair that the onus be put back on the folks at this project to at least come up with one quick. Go to Home Depot, put some stuff together. I can't believe that hasn't been done yet. Same with a tray full of plants. So that said, I think everyone's done a great job, thanks to Morris and everybody else, to try to bring down the massing of the building. And that helps all of us. For me, the roof not reflecting and radiating into my home is going to be huge. Also, I'm just not quite sure where everything's landed on if the building's going to shoot forward or backwards towards my house. Is there still a canyon? And that kind of is kind of a tricky one. I understand, and I've sent a letter, so why don't I read the whole thing out? I'm kidding, of course. I think it seems reasonable that there is time for Tom and the gang and Dave to come up with a materials board and show it to the planning. They're not asking for much. So if that would be great, and just kind of figure out if the building's going to move, which walls stay where they are. That does kind of affect my property almost the most.
Purposes of the council, can you, do you have an opinion about whether it should be against the property wall or have the 5-foot gap? Because as I recall, you kind of see pros and cons on both sides of it.
Yes.
Okay.
Standing on my sidewalk,
Yeah.
if the whole building is shifted 5 feet forward or 5 feet north, and then there's still a cavern down below and a 3-foot access, that seems to make no sense. If the whole building would slide north,
where there's no gap,
and where there's no, where that is the retaining wall, like Morris just laid it out, that would seem to make more sense. Otherwise, I don't see any reason. For me, it just seems scary. If there's the same distance between, 7 feet, I think is what we're talking about, right? 7 feet from my sidewalk. Is that right?
7 plus your 3-foot sidewalk.
Yeah, okay, yeah, so 7 from my sidewalk. Either way, you're talking about 7 feet. Now it's just a difference of, is there a drop down to the floor or down to PCH, or is it the building up against it? So.
Does the window impact of, like, from a privacy standpoint, does that concern you if it's closer to you from the upstairs windows?
No.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you guys.
And
very
by
much.
the way, thank you for your family service in making the sewer project happen. Because if people don't know, South Coast Water District rented it was supposed to be 6 years.
It's supposed to be 5, and
It was
it's
supposed to
getting
be-
closer to 8.
So thank you for helping to make that project happen. We appreciate you.
I'm a team player. Thank
Yeah,
you guys
thank
very
you.
much.
Okay, other public testimony?
Newest member of the South Coast Water District Advisory Board.
No, I'll try to be a little less nervous than last night. All right. All right, council members, I want to address the concerns about Planning Commission's actions and advocate for upholding their decision in the city staff's recommendations. First, let's acknowledge the time pressure we're under. Had we undertaken conceptual review plans earlier, we might not be in this predicament. However, that doesn't diminish the thoroughness of the Planning Commission's work. Council, your role tonight is to consider if the Planning Commission proceeded as required by law and if their decision is supported by substantial evidence. It's crucial to remember that there's a presumption that the Planning Commission's decision was reasonable, valid, and not an abuse of discretion. They meticulously evaluated this project, understanding its impact. The city staff's conclusions are clear. They're comfortable with the Planning Commission's recommendations and strongly recommend that the council approve the project with similar conditions. This alignment between the commission and the staff speaks volumes about the soundness of the decision. To keep this vital project moving forward as rapidly as possible towards final approval and construction, we must maintain momentum. The Planning Commission did not abuse its discretion in making the necessary findings for Design Review 250261. They acted within their authority based on the evidence presented and in the best interest of our city. I urge you to support the Planning Commission's decision and uphold the city staff's recommendations. Let's move this project forward for the benefit of our community.
Thank you. And thank you for your work on this project. We appreciate it.
It's been really nice. That's what made me want to run for the water committee. So, it's like when we actually feel heard, it makes a difference. So to now feel like what has been put together and what our meetings have brought, taken away, like what's the point then?
Yeah. The power of local government, right?
Yeah.
Good. Any other public comments on this item? Seeing none, let's close. I'm going to close public testimony and bring this back to city council. So question, I think we should look at condition 31 because I do think it's sort of been misinterpreted in how we articulated it. As I read it, and I want to confirm with the city attorney, or with our assistant city attorney, the city manager or designee shall have final approval authority for a color and material board and a landscape plan, provided, however, that prior to such final approval, the city manager or designee shall consult with the planning commission regarding such color and material board and landscape plan. So as I interpret that, does that mean that this is basically going to go to the planning commission and they are going to give essentially all the input about what's in this, and then the city manager ultimately makes it's more of a technicality in how we're making the decision?
That's probably a fair assessment, Mr. Mayor, that it was meant to be more of a consultation as compared to any directive, any formal motion making, et cetera. Up there for the council's consideration is a revised condition based off of what I have heard, but once again, entirely a policy choice for you all.
So it might be better though, is there a reason why it couldn't just be the planning commission an open session, like in the form of a study session where everyone's able to just give the input on it to the extent, because really at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter if it's not like whether it's the final approval is actually by the planning commission or it's the planning commission basically giving the instructions to the city manager who's ultimately making that. I feel like it's really a moot point from a process standpoint, but from a procedural standpoint, I think there are significant differences. Is that a fair characterization, Madam City Attorney?
Mr. Mayor, I think I agree with the Assistant City Attorney that it's a fair characterization. At the end of the day, the city manager will have the final decision-making authority. But the whole idea is to keep this moving and to still engage the planning commission. Whether you do that with a working group, whether you do that with the planning commission through a workshop, that's totally within your discretion.
So it seems like the sense of the public that I'm hearing is that there's a desire to have it with the planning commission. There's nothing to preclude the city manager from maybe starting with the working group, and then the working group brings something to the planning commission, and then they, finalize it in public. But ultimately, the city manager I think that achieves the goal of being able to have the planning commission and the public involved in the process without having to create a procedural hurdle by which this project could be further delayed.
Yes, I agree. So if that is the desire of the council, then I would say condition 31 as currently drafted in your resolution would be the condition to rely upon.
Okay.
What do you think about that, Dave?
I like the plan. I think it'll work. I think we'll all be collaborative, and I've listened to the planning commissioner's comments already, as well as Public Works, and I think there's a place we can land that's everyone's gonna like.
Yeah, and I think that's easier than having to you be going behind closed, behind
Smoke-filled
closed
rooms.
doors, and then having to make decisions about where this is like the planning commission's
Yeah.
there, all the inputs there, basically a decision can be made, but without an actual, decision, because it's your decision at the end of the day. I think that achieves the goal. And then, are there other questions?
I have some comments.
Do you want to see if there's other questions first? Is that okay? Other questions for staff? No? Okay, Councilmember Jones, so let's close the public hearing, and Councilmember Jones, please provide your comments.
I just have to say, after the last 2 days of meetings, it is so wonderful to have you neighbors here working with the community, working with Public Works, working with the fire department. Wow, we all actually feel like we're on one team, and I really, really appreciate it. I'm so grateful for the collaboration. I'm grateful for city staff's commitment to, taking feedback. I think we started on a little bit of a sideways route here. But I think you all have done a phenomenal job of getting back on track. And I'm really grateful for it.
Well said. Other comments?
Well, I support where you ended up in your conversation with the city attorney. I'd like the whole planning commission to hear whatever Dave and consultation with Morris and others comes up with. So I think we're going to end up probably approving that condition. My overall sense, looking at this and looking at these photos, is, everybody knows I'm a big supporter of public safety, right? And I just bang that drum on every day. But this, I'm not excited by the design. It doesn't look that great. It just doesn't look like it really fits. I want it to be functional. That's number one. That's got to be, that's all. We've always said that. My hope is through this materials process in consultation between city manager Morris, and then ultimately some more, indirect or some more input from the planning commission, we can get something that's a little softer and more, I don't know, blends into the environment a little bit more. On the point of the moving the building north, and I'll leave this to others, but that having that canyon space or that area doesn't sound like a good idea to me. So hopefully that can be eliminated. And I would, Morris's comment, I am concerned about windowless rooms. So, I mean, if there is a skylight that, or two that can be, installed with appropriate shades and all that kind of stuff, I'd like to see us look at that. And then I guess, finally, we've got our facilities master plan discussion coming up, and this isn't the last building we're going to renovate or build. So hopefully, I'm looking at you, Dave, hopefully through the process here, we learned some things because we haven't built any new buildings in a long time, or maybe decades. But, I do think, and I'm sure everybody agrees, right, that when we bring something through the process, it ought to have materials, it ought to have landscape, it have all the stuff that we expect everybody else to have in front of the appropriate body at the appropriate time. So hopefully we can sort of, at the end of this, looking back, flesh out, for public projects, hey, this is how we're going to do a concept review was one of the things that was suggested too. So might be nice to see, get your thoughts on that and see how that is improved going forward.
Yeah.
I agree with you so much, Bob. I think that the design is significantly better. We're not quite there, but I think we can get there.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, well, I think we're making a significant compromise personally. I understand that there's consensus that everybody wants to move this forward. And I also understand and think that we need a remedy to not stall within the city. I think that we need to refine however it is that we get started on these.
Yeah.
I look at this first photo here that Morris suggested in 2023, and I'll tell you, it's too bad that we're not going to get a building more like that. It's very disappointing. And it's nobody's fault, I guess, other than ours, and we need to come up with a better process. But I guess we're going to move forward with this. But if we do, I just hope, I'm going to be honest, we're making a compromise. We're not being everything we can possibly be.
Councilmember Kempf.
No, I totally agree with you, Mark. I mean, if it were me, I'd pick this top picture. I mean, I like it, but I also don't want to go down a rabbit hole where we're doing this for another year. I don't know. And I don't know anything about fire stations, so I don't know. This design looks nice to me. I don't know how well it operates for a fire station. I mean, I have no idea. So I'm
Well,
totally,
you got to look at the way the terraced roof line is. There might have to be some configuration changes, but what he's trying to suggest here is a general style that could be applied design-wise. And Morris knows that when he suggested it. And I'm just giving you my honest opinion.
I will, if I could chime in, I learned, so I came into this process later, right? I've been here a year. I think I learned a lot through this process. I'm not critical of Public Works. I think they were following a direction that was maybe different than I would have given had I been in the chair. So I'm not trying to criticize anybody before me. We all work in the moment that we're working. But my lessons learned are things that Mark Orgel talks about sometimes. Have a theme book that an architect might select from. And be really clear with you guys too. When you select an architect, we got to make sure it's the right one.
Yeah.
Because there was an architect selection process that occurred here too. And I think these architects that worked on this are really good at designing good fire stations, but they needed a flavor of Laguna Beach layered on top of that that may not have been emphasized. And so again, not casting any aspersions anywhere. My lessons learned are concept review, be careful with our architects, have a theme book, again, that Mark Orgel talks about, and move forward in a more participatory way rather than just get it done, because just get it done is important, but we end up with delays at the end if we do it that way.
So I want to be clear, Dave, I'm not casting blame at Public Works at all. And the buck stops with us. And that's where it belongs. So
I do want to probe one more thing. We obviously want to build a building that we're happy with. I didn't get lots of warm fuzzies about, but I also think we've got to keep going.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, but I do think the color discussion, the surface discussion with Morris and with Public Works, I think we can come closer to something that everyone's going to say, hey, this is working and it's working for South Laguna.
And it's more than the color palette and the landscape plan, you know, I mean, Morris had a number of good ideas. They're outlined in here. I appreciate the commitment from Public Works to sit down with you, have those conversations. You know, my hope is that we get something that's better than we see in this final rendering. It's not going to be what we see in this top photo. And maybe part of that is functionality and what our fire department needs. And maybe part of that is we didn't choose the right architect. But at the end of the day, I don't think we should settle with what we're looking at. I think we need to figure out how we make what we've got in front of us as strong as we possibly can with the choices we've got left to make.
Yeah, so I mean, I generally do think we need to overhaul our capital improvement plan, just how we do projects, how we get input, how we start with a concept review and try to really get that input from the public where it's more of an iterative, you know, back and forth discussion. And then, but also how we just get these projects done faster. I mean, the time it took from the design, I don't know how it took so long to get to this point when we don't even have, you know, we're not even at the construction drawing phase. So I don't, there's the questions I have about just our process in general that I think goes beyond this that we need to look at. But overall, you know, I think at the end of the day, this comes down to public safety, and what we want is for our firefighters who live literally a third of their lives in this fire station. That is the most important thing for me. And you know, the thing that really I keep going back and forth on is this idea of having a living room without windows, because I feel like we would not, from a view equity standpoint, we would not do that to a homeowner who was trying to, you know, that wouldn't be view equity to basically say you have to have your house against a wall to protect the views from the left. With that being said, Gigi's point, you know, is that resonates with me about the canyon. So I think I'm okay. That's just the part that I'm most concerned about, is this idea that I don't know that we would do this to a resident in terms of having, you know, a living room without a window. So that concerns me, because I do want to really, you know, have a world-class facility for our firefighters. But I think I'm okay with the conditions, and I'm okay with my hope would be that through the condition 31 with the color and material board and the landscape plan, that the planning commission as a whole will be able to provide that input, and then we won't have the procedural issue with you know, the city manager having to have an appeal of that, because so that's where I'm at. So I'm supportive of the recommended actions. Bob.
Just one question. I mean, does this 31 dealing with landscape plan and color material board, is that enough to deal with this, eliminating this canyon?
That's the condition about.
Yeah, there's another condition
30.
involving approving
Right above it, yeah.
approving the project as approved by the planning commission has no canyon. It's the wall of the interior of the building is now the retaining wall. That's what the planning commission left us with.
So the question would be, if we want to go, you know, with the trade-off being the canyon, which I think it makes sense to keep it against it. I'm just saying that's the only pause I have. But Gigi's testimony is especially relevant for me there about not having that canyon right next to a sidewalk.
And does condition 31, I'm sorry, Mark.
So what we're referring, I'm sorry, just real quick. What we're referring to, this canyon, was it going to be a walkway? I understand it's a retaining wall. Was it just going to be a walkway?
The place for dead squirrels.
Yeah, that was going to be a concrete walkway around the building.
But from Gigi's house, would there be a risk of? I mean, that is kind of a scary thing to have to fall down into that, because when you go up to his house, you see literally what would happen if there, with the, you know, the canyon there. Was there going to be a remedy there?
We were still going to build the retaining wall so that, you know, that entire slope would be shored up and, you know, backfilled behind the wall as needed. And then it would be landscaped. And as I mentioned, there would be a rail at the top. But the difference here really comes down to the inability to walk around the building at floor level.
So I can just speak of what I know. So Morris. So I'll just speak to what I know. So for instance, at 7 degrees, you know, the walkway that goes the long narrow walkway between 7 Degrees and the Sawdust Festival, the back building?
I'm not familiar with it.
Oh, no. So it's the very same situation. So we had the fence above the walkway, but I was still able to put the windows in, the egress doors, and it became a walkway. It just seemed like it functioned fine,
Well, in
but
this case, if the retaining wall is the single wall that serves as the building wall and the elimination of the canyon by using the same wall, there'd be 7 feet of remaining flat area between the retaining wall and the property line. 3 feet of which would be a walkway for fire access if they needed to walk around there, or maintenance or whatever. Then 4 feet of landscaping, which is a hedge. And then that hedge would have a wire fence, some barrier to prevent the neighbors from wandering out onto that landscape area, because the landscape area will still belong to the city and it'll be maintained by the city. So
and I guess to Alex's point, I just want to make sure that we do, seriously consider the environment of the men and women that have to live there is all I guess I'm getting at.
Okay.
There is an option for skylights, right?
Oh, yeah, it's a flat roof, so there's plenty of room for that. Now, I'm not sure I'm not intimately familiar with each room and what goes on in there, but there's windows on the back, windows on the front, and then there could be skylights. If there was one room that demanded a window, you could carve that out with a retaining wall and have that one window, but it would be dark, it's facing almost north. You don't get any sunlight in there, so I'm not sure how effective it would be, even if you did have a window. It wouldn't be an openable window. It's just light and air.
That's fine. I'll follow your advice.
Thank you.
Horrible
From that.
echo, bang, bang, bang. It's just a huge echo chamber.
That's a good point. Yeah, so is there a way to have a skylight that could get into the common room is what I'm worried about.
Yes, the day room?
Yeah.
Yes, because that's on the second floor. So the issue would just be the first floor, which is the multipurpose room.
Oh, so the day room could have a skylight above it that gives us sunlight coming in, is what you're saying?
Yes.
And then now it's the because that's a little bit different to me. The multi-purpose room would be the one without the light.
Correct.
Okay.
Without the window.
Without the the natural light.
The natural light, yeah.
When we add a skylight, do we have to go back to design review?
I just messaged the same question. So the understanding is that skylights with automatic night shades are exempt.
Operable night shades are exempt. Okay.
Yeah.
Morris knows the answer, so that's good. Okay, because I think that actually solves that problem. I think that's a really good solution because I think that is so important. That we don't want a living room that's just
You don't have a
depressing.
day room, you can't tell if it's day or night.
I don't care. Sue's hitting the ball out of the park today.
Okay, so
So I'm sorry, man. My only other question was, and I didn't have a chance to look through all Morris's stuff, but does condition 31 create the flexibility
Put it back
to
on the
address
screen.
the issues that you want to address on that list?
I thought it did, but we could put it back on the screen. So color and materials, landscape plan. However, prior to that, I go to the planning commission. You're saying not have a working group, just the entire planning commission.
in a
As
study
In
session,
a study session environment.
yeah,
And the working group could
Oh,
potentially.
sure. I could
do
certainly
work ahead
work
of time.
with.
exactly. But
Children's
ultimately, the
Being
planning
Boys.
commission, we want them to weigh in public session. I think that's the key distinction with you making the final determination. So from a process standpoint. And then could we add something about direction? Because I don't think it's related to the color material board or the landscape plan, but something about direction, about the importance of finding a solution related to natural light for the common room.
Regarding a natural light solution
Yeah.
for the common room, color materials board and landscape plan. I know you just deleted Morris, but I don't know.
I kind of
hopefully
like
you-
having Morris in there.
Yeah, I saw that. Can we put Morris back in there?
Maybe it was a
I'm gonna
bug.
commit-
Morris.
Undo change, please.
So it's the planning commission and the planning commission working
We'll
group.
just say planning commission, that includes
Okay.
the planning commission
Okay.
working group, I think.
Right.
And relevant, and then more secondary and relevant stakeholders regarding such color and material.
Regarding natural light additions to the day room, color and materials board, and landscape plan.
Correct. And
Sounds
just to
about
be
right.
clear, the light could be determined over the counter. So by putting this here, we're not saying
Correct.
that's a discretionary action.
Yeah.
We're just giving input.
Yeah.
Is there any need to provide flexibility for additional design decisions based on Morris's list that are not color, material, landscape plan, or skylights? Can we put some language in there that gives you, Dave?
Just south of having to go back for design review.
Correct.
Yeah.
I don't know how to word that, but
Well,
I
we
would
could
like the
Say,
flexibility.
and other matters. And then I would just make sure they don't fall into design review.
Because I think we have to be careful that we don't want it to, there's sort of a question before us, right? That it sounds like there's a policy choice. Do we want to move forward with this plan as is with the minimal changes that we're kind of talking about here? Or do we want to, not approve something and then have Dave? Because otherwise what's going to happen is there will be changes on here that could potentially,
Yeah.
change the design. And then Dave has to be in the choice of saying what to come back to us. And so I think we need to give clear direction. So he's not in that position of trying to
Give me
figure
advice,
that out.
Megan.
So I'm comfortable with this as written. I think that's the most, based on where we are, I think that makes the most sense.
I would say that if you want to, I think you could add a condition for the skylight. That's a separate condition. It doesn't have to fit in here. That just says that a skylight should be added. That's whatever the special language is, non-operable shade. Skylight should be added
I like that.
for the,
Because you don't
the
really
day
need the
room.
planning commission to
You-
get involved with that necessarily. That's more of it's just you have it or you don't.
yeah, I think so.
Here's my concern. My concern is that these smart people are going to get in a room and they're going to say, well, Morris had this idea to do X, Y, Z, and we think that would make a huge difference. And it wouldn't require going back to design review, but we would be precluded from doing that because it is not spelled out in this condition. So if there is a possibility to include language like and additional items that would allow that group to make a determination on those things, I'd appreciate that.
And items that do not require change, discretionary process. Is that the language you're describing, Hallie?
I absolutely would defer to the city attorney and the city manager on this, but I would be most comfortable with just including a phrase that says and additional items.
We asked Anthony, he was about to talk, and I'd love to hear
Anthony, go
Anthony's
ahead.
wisdom
Sorry,
on this
Anthony.
one.
Not a problem. Thank you. I just had one comment on the automatic nightshade condition. The language that I would suggest the council consider is specifically for skylights with operable automatic nightshades. The automatic is key to that design review
Oh, wow.
exemption in the municipal
Okay,
code.
look at that. Thank you. Okay, so Hallie, now let's go back to your question. Megan, do you have a solution to her question?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Jones, I just want us to be cautious to not walk into the world of redesigning
Yeah,
the project.
where
I
we're
think
walking.
I think it's important to be specific. I certainly appreciate what you're getting at because I think it's a very valuable point. There are a lot of smart people offering a lot of valuable information, but we have a design review process. By identifying the two things, we're being specific as to the more specific restrictive condition that we're adding. And if it is sufficiently vague that it kind of becomes anything, I feel like we're circumventing what our design review process is supposed to be. And so I think if we can, I certainly think about more other things that we'd want. I think we can list the specific things.
I agree with that.
Mayor Pro Tem Morgill, what is your perspective on this? Because I think you and I share a similar desire to
think I'm
have a
gonna
building
get-
that's better.
Probably in trouble, but there's something that I guess I'm not aware of. If there was another design review meeting, I know, okay.
It's the appeal timing after that.
Okay.
And I'm nervous about construction costs right now.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, I know, but you know me and
I have an
I
idea.
obsess
Is-
over design.
What about asking
aesthetic.
Morris right now if there's anything else on his list that he thinks would be minor enough that we could categorize kind of per what Megan is saying and add as a. Yeah. Yeah. Morris, anything jump out at you? Minor, not design review from your list? I don't have your list in front of me.
Well, the refinements to the bathroom area roof, to lower that and tie it in with the other, I mean, could you call that other incidental design items?
It didn't move the footprint of the building, didn't
No, it
affect its
doesn't. Well, the
functionality.
moving the building, we've got.
Yeah,
that.
I know. Didn't move it any further from what the planning commission approved.
No, the bathrooms stay, the rooms stay where they are. It's just instead of having a big box attached to the side of the building, we would break that plane and make that roof similar to the other roofs. So I'm calling it an incidental design refinement that would the ad hoc committee be able to review and determine it's consistent with the spirit and intent of the council?
I think that is 29. Isn't that condition 29? The applicant shall use best in all efforts to lower the building height, and no event shall the building not be lowered by less than 1 foot. So why don't couldn't we just specifically call out something related to, because I don't think there's a concern about the height of the bathrooms, right? From a functionality
No,
standpoint.
it was from a mass standpoint of how it layered.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
getting at is, and then maybe so add a sentence to that and, how would you describe because it's not living space, so maybe non-livable bathroom space lowered to create mass and articulation. Is that what you're getting at, Morris?
Well, it's the bathrooms, it's the public bathroom space.
Oh, the public bathroom space.
Yeah. It's the public area.
I would think
Facing
that
Fifth
could-
Avenue.
I would think that's consistent.
I
with
think that's
condition
consistent.
29.
I think it is too, oddly enough. Yeah.
So I think we're fine there. So that covers that. Are there other ideas that you have related to the question posed by the city manager,
Well,
Morris?
whether the garage doors are wood or they're glass or they're dark color.
That's color materials.
Color materials,
Right? Okay.
right.
What
The
else?
rest of it is materials.
Okay, good.
Great.
I feel good. Okay, look at that.
Look at that. Look
We-
at that compromise team. Well done.
Okay.
Dave, just to throw this out there, so the next step is to get the construction documents going. But in the civilian world, I'm just going to throw this out there. If there are any changes to be made and we want to get started on the construction documents after we've gone through DR, some of us have signed a waiver with the city saying that we feel confident that these changes will get approved. We start our construction documents and still go in for one more meeting. I'm just throwing that out there.
I defer to Mark and Tom on that.
What are you talking about? Going for another design review
I'm
meeting?
just saying, if they got themselves into a situation, you could still proceed with the assumption that you're going to get approved. I've had to sign a waiver with the city saying, well, if you don't get approved, it's your own fault.
But they're getting approved right now. Now the question
Yeah,
is,
if this worked
Yeah.
out, I'm just letting you know that
If
is an
you're
option.
saying, Mr. Orgel, if we embarked immediately on further final design, we'd be doing it at our risk. And are we comfortable?
Let me
That's not what he's
just,
saying.
use the restroom Morris mentioned on the height of the restroom. Let's just to say, he said, well, I really think that this is going to be a substantial change that's going to be beneficial, but we think, well, that's pushing the envelope too far. We do think it's going to take another design review meeting. You could still get the construction documents going with the assumption that it's going to make its way through.
the condition specifically calls for what Morris is describing. So I think what you're saying is that if there was something that would be in the schematic design have to be changed, and the idea would be that that's what you're talking
Well,
about.
yeah, but you're saying that that's okay. But I
That's
was
okay.
saying if it wasn't okay,
But
that
that's-
is an approach that could have been taken.
So I think, yeah.
Can I just say something since Morris got to say things?
That's your key.
I don't know where we close the public hearing. If does someone have a question for Ann, or do you want to briefly?
I'd like to hear Ann's comment.
What as well? I'm just observing this and I see 4 council members that are not happy with the design. And I think you need the courage to just tell them to fix it. I mean, whatever it takes, we should be spending our money on something that we're proud of and that we love how it came out. And I don't think you need to mess around with this. We're so worried about how much all these other things. It's going to be here for a long, long time. And let's get it right. Let's get it really beautiful.
So I agree with that, but what we just heard Morris just describe the fact that, we could do, condition 29 allows for us to lower the height of the bathroom. That allows for the articulation. A lot of the comments were about materials board. That's going to the planning commission, then the city manager. So I don't really know that what the direction would be unless we want to basically just restart this whole process and keep going
Well,
on.
we're restarting it, but we're making it look more like Morris's sketch than what it looks. Yeah, and more like the thing on the top.
Okay.
And so I just urge you to do that.
I really respect Ann's opinion. I would kind of prefer to go with where the council was headed at this point, not to do. And let me ask, before I do want to ask Tom and Mark, discomfort level, because you guys are the ones that have to, I don't want you to walk away from this meeting feeling like you need to say something and weren't able to say it. No? Okay.
No.
Okay. Anthony or Shveta or Pat, still all good? Okay.
Tom, could you just kind of outline, and assuming this gets approved here, can take us through the rest of the steps? I mean, it'll go back to materials board, it'll go back to planning.
So
commission.
I guess, I think the next step would be to have the sit down with Morris, our architect, others, and really work through, what we want the finishes to be, what we want the materials to be, those changes we talked about. And then I think what I would do once we have those kind of conceptually, I'd probably work with community development to see that we're on the same page as far as, does it trigger, a change to the design review? With that comfort level, I think we would move to bringing it forward to the planning commission where we would share it with them, get their feedback, again, assuming that what we bring to them is going to have a consensus and be good, to a point where they, would concur, and then Dave would make that official.
So you get to that, and then what happens from there? Till we get breaking ground.
Yeah, so we need to do the, all the fit and finish for the interior. So working through all the interior design, the structural designs, retaining wall design. So a lot of the final engineering. And so once we complete that, we would put the project out to bid and select a contractor.
So what my next question is going to be. So
schedule.
Yeah.
Yeah. That I really need to sit down and just make sure. I don't want to quote something, just not knowing how much this may change what we need to go back and design. But, we've always maintained the goal of getting something by the end of this year. So I'm going to want to sit down with our designer and see how we make that happen.
So, but what would change the actual design? Because it sounds like what we're talking about. I think the only thing that would really change the design would be the building height issues. Everything else is with the landscape plan or the colors and material. Well, I guess that would change the design, but from a construction drawing standpoint and all that, what's to stop you from starting that tomorrow? Like, what would change that would affect that?
Yeah, I'm just thinking through. So, I think with the condition of knowing where the building is, that's good. Maybe one of the questions I would have something that we'll work through is just the, so the question of the, whether it's a masonry wall or a concrete wall, the board formed concrete that could have impacts on the structural design.
But there's nothing to stop you for overall starting that process tomorrow.
If we know what that wall is, I think the logical thing we would start on immediately would be site grading plans,
Okay.
finalizing that,
Yeah.
getting the interior architectural drawings. So, I think there are things we can do. There's certain things that we may say, hey, it's until we hit a certain point, we don't do.
So, I mean, from a project management perspective, I don't know how, I think we really need to have a laid out schedule here. So
Well-
could you have that to us,
Sure.
and circulate that internally?
Yeah.
Because it's from a project as big as this, you really should have a solid
Yeah.
schedule and a time. I mean, I can't imagine being involved in anyway. So, you'll get that to us, Dave?
I will.
Okay.
I had one more thing. Tom, I know you'd be comfortable with this, but I'd like our meetings with Morris to be open to anyone who wants to attend, including community members. I don't mean to slow it down, but even if it's on Zoom, so that people can hear that discussion.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just lastly want to address what Ann said, which is I do believe that with these changes, we're going to get to a building that we're very, very proud of.
Agreed. And thank you, Morris, for all your dedication to make this happen, and everyone who's been involved with this process. 6 years is way too long to build a fire station. So hopefully we're going to be building a lot more in the next we'll build more by 3 times than what we built in the last 60 years over the next 5 years. That's the goal.
And we'll have a great community engagement and wonderful process to do so.
Yeah, and have a world-class facility for our firefighters where we don't have an earthquake take out all of our facilities. That means to be our main goal. So anyway, so I would, unless there's more comments, I'd like to make a motion that we, I think that we incorporate, approve the recommended action with the modified conditions 31 and 32 as described on the PowerPoint in front of us. Is there any other specific feedback on this that was based on our discussion, or I think we're good with that?
You're checking out the class. Great for sitting in a restaurant.
Good. Okay, so we're good with this? So I would make that motion. Does somebody want to second it?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Hi.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks,
It's
everyone.
been a long couple days.
Morris, you're the man. I'm trying to.
Mayor, I'm going to take it that you adjourn the meeting. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, we'll adjourn the meeting until our, what's the date of our next one?
The 24th.
Until our next regularly scheduled meeting, June 24th.
Yeah. It's important. And you know, you got the mayor on your side. There's other ways to develop, right? That's in here. So good. Good. And you know, if there was, I think there was that.